There you go. I went live just as the music on the loading screen changed. However, it changed to a very generic Guild Wars 2 music, I'd say. Let me adjust my face cam a little bit. Not that anybody would really be interested about looking at my face. Sorry, that was the wrong preposition. And also about looking at my stream in general. Yeah, we're just filling some, filling the void, filling the little intro bit. What are we doing? Well, we're streaming Visions of Eternity again. So no Doom stream today. It's overdue, and I'd like to catch up on some Doom streams afterwards, because I don't want to defer that project just because we're kind of pressured by time here. But we are. It is a self-imposed limit, to be clear. But I do want to do this story recap. These story recap streams before the next patch with more story comes out, which is in 13 days, I believe, today. So in 2 weeks, we will have... that sounds about right? So the next Tuesday, not the next Tuesday, but the Tuesday after the next Tuesday, we are going to have a new patch, a new story. And until then, I want to recap the one we already went through. Now, I wanted to do a bit more structured talk about the lore and what we're exploring here as well. But I think that's going to be left out of the conversation. I'm hoping to do it when the next patch hits with the next story release. Hopefully I'll get a little bit more into the lore. But if you watched my previous episode of Visions of Eternity, where we started this expansion, and hopefully we'll finish it on this very stream. I mean the current patch. If you'll remember, I did something a little different, and that was to sort of educate myself on a new profession, and that was a profession from the ground up. So with this necromancer, we started learning the ritualist role, and I started to delve deeper into the mechanics. Now, the problem with that, I don't want to call it necessarily a problem, but the thing is, I did a refresher for myself, and before this stream, just now, I did a little refresher on how this profession works, and more importantly, I looked into some skills that we haven't really looked into on the last stream. And what I decided to do is a structured preview of this profession for someone with a new player perspective. Now, who I'm thinking of very specifically is my girlfriend, who plays with me and who plays a necromancer. And I want to show her how her profession actually works, and how she can effectively play around, so that she doesn't feel overwhelmed and she's not spamming buttons, right? But I think it's a transferable guide, and I want to... So, and I approached this from this perspective of just refreshing myself, but I started making notes, and eventually those notes turned into like a bona fide cheat sheet for the profession. So I decided I'll showcase that, and for that reason I was eager to start the stream as well, and didn't want to go back to studying up on the lore and what we've been through as well. So hopefully this is a one and done thing. We'll introduce the Ritualist and the open world build that Meta Battle recommends, and then any subsequent streams will be free of exploring the mechanics of this profession, and hopefully we'll have more time to study up on lore and stuff. And again, I'm a bit time pressured. If I had more time, maybe today I would study up on the profession, write my notes, then just go through the cheat sheet I just created, and on top of that I would look into the lore. But I genuinely don't think I'm gonna have another opportunity to stream for some due to some life circumstances. I will perhaps not share on stream, but suffice to say, my free time might be impacted quite a bit. So, and within the next 14 days, most definitely. So anyway, without further ado, let's do the Ritualist sort of presentation first, and then we're gonna roll straight into story and finish on that, and where the current patch leaves us off. Right? Sounds fair? And we're not gonna have a lot of discussions about the story. Okay, so let's log in with our character. And then, before we start there as well, I will share my screen itself, and we're gonna look at this. So I'm always obsessed with spreadsheets, and this time was no exception. The thing I did here is a sort of an overview of all our skills. So everything that is active. I purposefully left out. So last time we were looking at everything as we were getting it, right? Including the traits. So we looked into some traits and what they do. Now this time I purposefully left out the trait effects outside of this cheat sheet, because for the most part traits more or less function very passively, right? They don't have a very active component, so you're not really thinking about them day to day. You just slot them in, and then they do something, and you don't necessarily need to know what they do unless they're an active component of a certain skill, right? So, for example, and there are some very good examples of this. There's, for example, I said for example again. For example, this trait, right? It's not selectable, so but it's always there, right? And it's might grants you more power. Gain might when entering Shroud, right? So the active component is entering Shroud, and that gives us might. That's good to know. However, we're going to be entering Shroud anyway. We're not going to do it necessarily for might, and if we do, there are other things that generate might. So once we do that, we'll just automatically get might. We don't need to remember that in our play sessions at all. This trait is equip and forget. I think similarly to that is this one. Yeah, this one is actually perfect. So that's deal increased strike damage to foes with no boons. Well, okay, that one has a bit of an active component. It does make you select your targets a little bit. But for example, the second part, focus and axe skills recharge faster. We don't need to know that. We don't need to know that at all. To me, there were some better examples. So, for example, gain might when you strike a foe below the health threshold. Now, that's good to know where we're getting all this might from. However, that's not necessarily a reason to strike. There are a million other reasons to strike a foe below 50% health, as we're going to see in a second on some of the skills as well. So we don't need to remember this additionally, and we don't need to sort of prioritize our targets specifically to get more might. Might generation is abundant on this build. Purposefully so. I think Meta Battle always does that. They give you might generation for open world. So we can forget this. I think it may be Soul Reaping that had more of those traits that are fire and forget. So to me, it's this one, for example, Soul Battery. Again, it's not selectable, which is unfortunate, but it tells you your maximum life force is increased, which is just okay. We don't need to remember that. Anyway, that is to say, we're not looking with this cheat sheet into traits basically at all. And if we are, again, I try to capture the active component wherever it actually applies to a skill, and whether and whenever it is a decision to be made whether to activate that skill or not. So if it's applied to a skill, but doesn't necessarily involve your decision making around whether to activate the skill or not, I left it off the cheat sheet. So this is what the cheat sheet looks like. So we're going to go through the individual things that are written here, and I'm going to show you as we read through them what it means in game as well. And here are some of the. This is just how the notes. This is how I've just summarized basically the whole profession. So I'm just gonna make a little more. Make it a little more readable. This has been very quickly cobbled together. Let me see if we can. There's a problem. There's my chat window from the overlay. But if we do this? Okay, that's just barely above it. Good. Actually, this is all the data we need. So we can actually make this a little more spacious. This one is a very long description, so we're gonna keep that hidden, I guess. This is fine. Let's keep it like this, actually. I think this is okay. Finisher. Yeah, there's some lines that are missing from my miniature preview. Anyway, so first of all, what do our weapon skills do? So weapon skills, again, and I'm gonna do a very basic guide. So pretend like you're completely new to the game, okay? I'm gonna explain it as if you never played this game, or hope to, actually. So weapon skills are anything left of your health bar on the lower side here, right next to the weapon swap, between the weapon swap and the health bar. It is not these things. These are not tied to your weapon basically at all. The important thing is weapon skills are affected or are here and are affected by the weapons we are wielding. So currently we have a combination of axe and warhorn and a staff, all vanilla necromancer compatible weapons. We're not wielding greatsword, which should be used by reapers. We're not wielding pistols, which belong to harbingers, because we don't have the appropriate expansion to unlock it on Ritualist. Ritualists don't come with their own weapon. That's by design, basically. So that's what we're using. Very vanilla weapons. Axe, warhorn, staff. Currently, we're on our warhorn axe combo. So X1, this is what I'm going to be referring to. And this is how it's labeled in that spreadsheet. So X1, what does it do? Actually, it applies vulnerability, and it applies moral vulnerability under 50%. Okay, so this is what we showcased on the last stream as well, but I'm going to showcase it hopefully somewhere here. Let me find an enemy that's not getting attacked by everybody in the map. For example, this Moa. If I attacked with my skill 1, I'm applying vulnerability, and if I keep attacking, I'm applying more and more and more. I'm not going to demonstrate every skill in detail, but just to demonstrate what I mean when I talk about these skills like this. So once again, we look back here. It's a shame there's the desktop toolbar. But yeah, so X1, we're applying vulnerability, meaning enemies take more damage, and we're applying more of it if we're attacking enemies under 50% health. This is what I was talking about earlier. If we attack enemies below 50%, we just do more stuff on this profession. And I actually wrote it down here as well as a general rule. Generally, due to many traits, it is better to target enemies below 50% health. As a ritualist, as this build, specifically, you want to do that. Basically finishing off those enemies. And I probably need to move away from this map. Anyway, okay, let me get into a bit of a more of a safe spot, just so we're not getting attacked constantly. Although we might want to fly down at some points to demonstrate a thing or two. Specifically, perhaps then shroud skills.
Back to sleep.
Come on. Oh no.
Puts a stop to the inquest's immediate plans, at least.
Give me a safe spawn.
I am pleased to have been able to assist you.
There's some dialogue firing off
How do
again.
you suppose we're going to get down from here?
Should we let them speak? Okay, good. So, weapon skill 2, what you can faintly hear or see here, that is X2 actually, is we gain life force by using it, and we also do more damage to vulnerable targets. So the thing we apply from skill 1, we benefit from by casting skill 2. Now, here, this column tells you whether you can freely use the weapon skill, or any skill basically, or whether you should wait for some conditions to be fulfilled. So auto attacks on any weapon, they are very spammable because they also don't have cooldowns. So there's no fear of missing out on your ability to cast them. So these are obviously spammable. This one, I specifically mentioned to not spam this skill, rather wait for at least one stack of vulnerability, or if you're in a pinch and you need more life force being, of course, this energy meter down here, right? So you want to wait with this one, but luckily you apply vulnerability through skill 1, so it is semi-spammable. I'd say just don't cast it as your first skill, basically. Always engage with your auto attack. X3, this skill with the little devouring skull, removes boons from a target and applies soft CC. So this is the first time we're hearing about CC during this recap. What is CC? Well, CC is crowd control. Actually, there's a champion that's a perfect example. Do you see this little orange bar underneath his name? This is his, what we call CC bar. It's a defiance bar, officially called, but it's orange right now. That's because this enemy cannot be CC'd. As soon as it reaches this bit, it will turn blue or cyan or whatever this color is, and that's when it can be CC'd. When this is blue, you want to CC. So you want to use any skills that have CC. The more CC, the better. The harder the CC, the better. Because when you do break the bar, when you reduce the blue bar to 0, the target becomes generally more vulnerable. It stops casting skills, so on and so forth. So that's when you use CC. Now there are 3 states in which the CC bar can be. First is depleted and replenishing. That's the orange bar. Then it's blue, cyan, whatever, blue-green, and full. That's when we call it a CC phase. That's when we will shout CC, CC. When we shout CC, you are meant to apply the skills with the CC component to them. And then there is a third state, which is a locked CC bar, where it will have sort of metallic adornments over it. That's where he's neither refreshing, neither can he be CC'd at that point. Some enemies have a locked CC bar forever, and there's no way to change that. It's just there to signal to you that this type of enemy cannot be easily CC'd, because what the CCs do to softer targets, and again, such a MOA would be a nice soft CCable target. What it does to CC targets is it applies the effect immediately, right? So we've got some hard CCs specifically on our Golem, for example. So if we summon our Flesh Golem, and I'll explain a little bit more of his mechanics later. But if we walk up to this MOA and we let the Flesh Golem run up against it, it will knock it down, and the MOA will lie down on its ground immediately, right? The same would go for the for this assassin, because he's got no break bar, no CC bar. He would go down on the ground immediately as we would cast the skill, which we cannot at this moment. But that doesn't apply for stronger enemies typically, but they don't have to be strong. And when they're still weak, but the developers didn't want you to instantly knock it down and, you know, throw it around the room, that's where they apply this non-breakable CC bar. So just a little explanation of that. We digressed significantly, but this is important to establish. This is what I mean by the CCing phases, right? So again, when I shout CC, you may use your X3 skill, even though it only does soft CC. What is the soft CC? Well, if you look into the description, it's a cripple. Cripple is a condition. It's not necessarily a crowd control status per se, but it does deplete the defines bar, the break bar, by a smaller amount, but sometimes it will stop regeneration of this bar as well. Also, the skills again does more damage under 50%. Can you spam it? Can you use it at any point? I'd say no. You want to wait until your enemy has some boons on them. Boons are the yellow icons. So you want to wait until you see these marks on your enemy, or you want to wait until they're under 50% health. Again, not necessarily into the CC phase, even though this has a CC component. It's typically not a skill we would save for a CC phase, right? So other than that, you know, it's better to cast it on an enemy who's got boons. Obviously, if you don't expect the enemy to give you boons, you can start spamming it immediately after they reach 50%. The thing about waiting with these skills is also sometimes it's just better to auto attack instead of, you know, playing the piano and casting every single skill you've got in your toolbar just because it's available. Sometimes these are way more effective when you use them at the right time, and sometimes they are even weaker than your basic auto attack skill. So, and I'm gonna look at Meta Battle later on as well to see whether they've got any useful tips and whether they will actually tell us to use this at our own discretion, or whether this skill is going to be reserved for special occasions and a waste of time, basically, outside of that. But I haven't spoiled myself by looking at Meta Battle just yet. I'm genuinely wondering whether this is all my research, and I just want to compare it to the official notes that accompany this build, see what they recommend. Anyway, let's move on. Warhorn 4, and I call it Warhorn 4, even though Warhorn starts at this skill, but I also use the numbers as they correspond to the full skill bar. So Warhorn, first Warhorn skill, aka skill 4, fears. So fear is a condition, but it also works as a very effective CC. Way more effective than any other condition, right? That has a CC component to it. So this is the last CC, last condition that applies CC before being a proper crowd control skill thing effect, right? So you will definitely wait with this one until the CC phase. Warhorn 5 gives a minor heal and also gives a life force regeneration, meaning again you generate more life force, but it also heals you for a little bit, and also grants some swiftness. Now swiftness is a semi-useful boon in combat, but it is there, just so you know. What's important to note here, it is much shorter range than any other skill on this weapon combo. All of the other ones are 600 range, meaning you can cover some distance. This one doesn't really hit any enemies outside of this range, and that includes the healing. Actually, you want to get into range first before casting this, because otherwise the healing would be completely useless to you. It does pull the heal from the health pool of your enemy, and also the life force from your enemy. So both of the reasons why for casting this, apart from swiftness, are non-existent. Now this skill unfortunately will not tell you. It will tell you by the little bar here, because it's red. Now that we don't have any target, but for example, if I target the amalgam there, none of my skills can reach it, and it will just say out of range, right? Because they don't require a target per se, even though they benefit from the target. The locust swarm is no different. If I cast it on this pillar, it genuinely does nothing, but it can be casted. Problem is, unlike all the other skills, this one will not indicate, or this one is just shorter range than all the other ones in this same toolkit. Okay, anyway, switching to staff as our secondary weapon, and again, apologies to my girlfriend. I know she hates staff, she doesn't want to play it because of all these ground targets that you have to click it first and then place it on the ground. I know it's annoying, but the staff is a genuinely versatile weapon on this profession, and it complements it quite well. There's the reason is there are no other better weapons basically to use. All the other ones do not gel well with the kit, and it's gonna be good practice to I think to learn how to place these skills, especially because it's annoying to click into your skill bar. That's where the key bindings come into play. Because if I want to cast this thing, I don't want to do, and I want to cast it right in this area. What I don't want to do is move my cursor all the way here and then come back all the way over there with the skill. What I want to do instead, I want to keep my cursor here, and I just want to use my keybind to activate the skill or prepare it for activation, and then I just quickly click with my left mouse button, and I immediately place it to where my cursor is already, and that builds awareness of the game's environment, sort of makes you more alert to where your cursor is, and definitely makes you more effective at casting these spells. So we come back here. So again, because it's an auto attack, it is spammable. It generates life force, so again, replenishes this green bar. But what it also does, it pierces targets. So you may just sort of position yourself. If I were near these two enemies and there wasn't a big rock between them, I could target the enemy further away from me. And as long as I would have this enemy between me and that target, I would hit both of them at the same time. It is a projectile as well. That's why I have this word finisher here. So it is a combo finisher. If you want to make combos, sometimes the game will ask you to do combos. This will act as your finisher. And because it's an auto attack, it works very well as a finisher because it's very spammable. You can cast it once, twice, 3 times, and you'll create a combo if you have a field underneath yourself, right? So there's only one skill that is a field at the same time, and that's staff 3. Luckily, still part of the same kit, so very easily you can create a combo with just your staff. But we'll get to that very quickly. First, let's go through staff 2, which is a little bit of heal on the mark and a little bit of bleed. Now, we've demonstrated last time that this is the only mark that activates immediately when tripped by a player. So when tripped by your ally, the other marks will stay on the ground until an enemy trips them. So this one you ideally want to cast underneath either your feet for healing or underneath an enemy's feet for bleeding. What I mentioned here is that, is it spammable? Well, okay, maybe you can spam it for the bleeds, but be aware that it is also a healing skill, so if you're in a pinch, you can quickly heal yourself or others, or your minions or whatever. Then staff 3, I would consider pretty much spammable. It does have a little bit of a CC on it in the form of chill. Chill is a condition, and it does very soft CC. So again, not necessary to hold out for it, but if a CC bar is there and this is off cooldown, you will want to cast it as well, but not with a priority. You'd cast your harder CCs first, and then eventually, when it's taken long to break that bar, then you'll finally cast staff 3. Apart from the chill, it just gives poison, so to an extent it's a no-brainer. There's also no reason to wait for the field unless specifically waiting for a combo. I'd say this is a very spammable skill, but know that it functions as a field as well. In fact, it's a combo field poison, as you can see here. Good. Staff 4 is cleansing yourself off of conditions. So if conditions are applied to you, and I've shown you what a boon looks like, it's a yellow icon. Well, you'll get red icons, and actually I can show you the red icons, how they look in the toolbar of our skills. When you have these red icons on yourself, you can get rid of them by casting skill 4, and you would actually transfer them to your enemy. So that's good. When you're protecting yourself, you're damaging your enemies, harming your enemies at the same time. That's why I labeled it as a non-spammable skill. because you want to use it as a panic button for situations where you're just mired in conditions. Funnily enough, this is a combo finisher, so you can combo into fields with it. And then lastly, sorry that this is supposed to be staff 5, again 5th skill on your toolbar. This one fears. This one just applies fear. Now again, as I said in the previous instance, that is a CC, good for CC bars and CC breaks. Okay, finally we're moving away from our weapon skills and onto the right side of our build, where we have utility skills. Utility skills are selectable. You can select, mix and match them on most professions, not all of them, notably, but most of them. Here they are, and this is what they do. They have ranges too, by the way. Not necessarily these two and this one. Those have, I mean, this one does have a range of 1200. So that's the distance from which the golem will run at a target. So that's the distance, the same one as on our staff, which I cannot easily demonstrate because we're on a pillar. But if I were to land on the ground, it is quite far. It's basically the maximum range you can get on most weapons and other skills. Asterisk, but that doesn't matter at this point. But they do have range, so either they have a range or a radius. Radius, of course, means a circular range around yourself or around wherever you're casting. But for the purposes of this skill, for example, the radius is around yourself. So be mindful of the range as well. However, the skills are as follows. Heal 6 or 6th skill, your heal skill. This one is not spammable. Do not spam this one. You just cast this one, and then again, it's a panic button. If you're really, really low on health, you do want to pop this. When it's blue, you do want to use it only in a pinch, only when you are dying. Until then, you let the Blood Fiend live. It will gather life force for you. It will return life from others to you as it attacks. Also, it's an NPC, and it will help you remove some of the aggro, some of that heat from you. You want to keep him around, okay? Because this skill will kill it. And then you are 16 seconds waiting for another one. The same goes for summoning bone minions. So your skill number 7, you will summon 2 bone minions, and then you can explode each one with the tap of the same skill. So summon, explode, explode, summon, explode, explode. That's the whole bit. It's also a combo finisher. When you explode these guys, and when you explode them, and this is why this is the first time we're getting a specific thing from a trait line. So this is not always present on your Ritualist build. They do not do this by default, but when you trade for it, they will give you life force when they explode as well. So for this reason, I did make a little note that you can spam it for life force, basically. Skill number 8. Oh, that's just more damage. So skill number 8 is a weapon skill. It just lets you do more damage to your enemies, basically. It is working in a weird way where it will actually let you additionally strike foes, meaning that technically whatever skill you cast will apply to more foes if not cleaving to an extent. But I don't want to go into detail. That's why I marked it as spam. Just spam it. Just keep pushing it out. And this is one where I will be very interested about what Meta Battle actually recommends for its usage. I'm sure they're going to synergize it with some other skills, and they might know more about which skills benefit the most from it. But they'll also maybe mention weapons we don't have, so we'll see. We'll see. However, for our intents and purposes, my recommendation is just to spam it. If you're new, especially, just spam it. Just make sure you do it when you're close to your allies. So find a buddy, run up to them, then spam it, because you actually give the same effect to your allies, and they will also do more damage. The same goes for the next skill. Skill number 9 is also a weapon skill, so it will also apply to other people. And this one also applies vulnerability, but it also life steals, meaning it heals you back for some small amount. And then last but not least, it is your elite skill. That's the Golem, your trusty companion. You can actually spam this one theoretically when you're not expecting CC. However, if you are in a fight with a CC guy, this one has hard CC, so it will hit for a lot. So there you want to save that charge skill, because you've seen me use it on stream before. It has a 40-second cooldown. That is a lot. So if you just spam it, you'll be locked out of it. And then right now, CC face, I shout CC, and you're like, this is a great CC skill, but I cannot use it. I can't use it. And that's a problem. Okay, so you want to wait with it. You want to wait for the right moment to strike with it. Otherwise, the Golem actually constantly cripples, so it does soft CC with every attack. It's just much less. Okay, so there's that. 1 second, I'll just take a little break and also have a little drink. I'm sorry for that. Next on the docket, and okay, there are my overlays back. Next in line, so those are the shroud skills. Now, for this, we will need to switch to shroud, and we only have limited life force. So again, the demonstrations are going to be sparse, but basically what shroud does, when you activate it through this skill, the M4, what is on my screen is M4, or commonly known as F1, basically. It's an F skill, because by default it's tied to F1. It will flip over your weapon skill. So no matter what weapons you have, it will replace your skill bar on your left with a different skill bar. And in fact, it will actually lock you out of, if I'm not mistaken, I can check, yeah. It will lock you out of utility skills as well. It's a little bit of a trade-off thing. But this is what happens when you activate it. You go into Shroud, and then you have different skills. What those skills are and what they do, well, they actually summon spirits. And I should demonstrate this because we didn't really get into it on the last stream. So I'll do it once. I'll show you what the spirits look like, just so you have a mental image of what to look for as I describe the skill effects, right? So We'll do it on an empty plane here. We'll enter Shroud, and then we'll cast number... Okay, let's cast number 3. We actually need an enemy for number 2. Then we'll cast number 4. This will summon a spirit. And then again, if we want to summon the second spirit, actually, or the spirit from the skill 2, we would need an enemy. But then these spirits will actually follow us. And they follow us because of a trait. And then what we can do, we can also cast number 4. And when we do that, the spirits come with us. And they will do some effect. And I'll describe what that effect is. Also note, there are these skills right here, which you can also cast. Even outside of Shroud. And I'll show you how that's possible. Because typically, these spirits will be tied to the Shroud. But as you can see, these skills... they're tied to the spirits. So the spirits need to exist in order to use these skills. But they're always available. But they cannot be casted when you don't have spirits at all. Which is, they mention I don't have enough life force when I try to trigger them. That's not necessarily true. I'm just going to kill some enemies. By the way, that's your mechanic for gaining life force, is to kill enemies around you. That gives you plenty of life force, actually. As well, you don't have to rely on those skills that give you that life force. Here you may have noticed I tried to pierce some of these enemies as well. But yeah, there we go. We got life force back, but even though it says not enough life force, it's not really true. We have plenty of life force. Problem is we don't have any spirits, but I can cast one. I can cast the third one, and this will unlock this skill. Now I can cast it, and I will be able to cast it outside of the Shroud as well, due to a trait. Now this is due to a trait we ultimately might not be using, but Meta Battle actually lists that trait as optional, as selectable. So theoretically we can spam it outside of cast it outside of Shroud as well. So I'm just gonna get myself back to safety again, and we're gonna do less of the demonstrations, but you understand the principle, right? You go into Shroud, you summon a bunch of spirits, and then when you exit, you either will or will not lose them. The thing is, when the spirits are casted, they will cast their own attacks, basically, and then keep on casting some other attacks. The same attack over and over. So, what are those attacks? So first of all, Shroud 1 doesn't summon any spirits. This one deals damage. It's an auto attack. Again. However, this one is weird because this one actually does more damage per spirit alive. So the first thing you want to do when entering Shroud is not cast skill 1, theoretically. You want to cast skills 2, 3, and 4 first. And then the first skill will do a lot more damage. Now, through traits, it will also give you might, and it will also apply vulnerability. Okay? So that's what that is. I haven't explained what these boons and conditions are. Just know that they're good. Might gives you more just damage you can deal. Vulnerability on enemies also increases your damage that you can deal. So, again, don't spam. Summon your spirits first. Shroud 2 is summoning the first spirit. Now that's the one that is tied to an enemy. You have to have an enemy that you can target, because this one just for whatever reason ties to an enemy, even though it persists after you switch targets. But that's again besides the point. And these are complicated, okay? So let's break them down. When you cast that skill, first of all, you summon the spirit, but you yourself do an effect. So I always start with that effect that you cast on your enemy. When you cast skill number 2, you will mark target for damage from summoned creatures. Again, that's all summoned creatures. That's not only the spirits, but it's also from your minions. They will all deal more damage to the enemy that you have targeted with this first skill, right? So that's your effect. Then you summon a spirit, and that spirit will also cast a skill. And that skill that the spirit casts, also you apply some cripple and vulnerability, I should mention. And the spirit will deal damage, and it will deal more damage to enemies that are CC'd. We already explained what that means. And it will also deal more damage to enemies that have some conditions on them. The more conditions, the better. It does more damage to super condied up enemies. Also, through its trait interaction, it will give you might and quickness. And also through your trait application, it will sorry it will give these boons to your allies too. So once again, you want to stand close to your buddies so they can get the same boons as you do. Sorry. Shroud 3. Now your effect is a straightforward damage. It just damages enemies. But it summons a spirit that makes hard CCs your enemies, creates an AoE, a lingering area of effect spell that damages enemies, and also applies weakness and vulnerability, which are and other conditions which are soft CCs. So this is your CC option basically here. It also grants fury and quickness, and it acts as a combo finisher. Again, the same boons are applied to all your allies. I should have probably put it here. Again, usage, you don't want to spam this one. You want to wait for a CC phase. The thing is, once you summon the spirit will actually keep casting hard CCs. So you can cast it once at the start of entering Shroud, but then if you want that spirit to cast it on point, on time, you want to wait for the right moment, right? And then Shroud 4, you as a ritualist grant protection and vigor to your allies, and then the spirit heals allies and yourself and cleanses conditions, removes conditions from you. Also through its trait, it gives resolution and quickness. You may have noticed is this build pretty much spams quickness onto your allies as well through this one. So you can actually remake this build into theoretically, I can imagine that when we go to meta battle later on, we're going to find this as a boon supporter, as a quickness generator for your party, because you're going to spend a lot of time in your shroud potentially as well here. So I think this might be a source of quickness, a reliable quickness for your party as well. quickness is good. It makes your attacks faster. That's what that does. And then you see me use this Shroud 5. This one doesn't summon a spirit. There's no spirit there. However, what it does, first of all, it blinks you. What does it mean to blink? Blink means to relocate very quickly without traversing the terrain. You just go to where you want to go if the terrain permits it. When you have the spirits summoned, so again, you want to first summon some spirits before you use this skill, really. But the spirits teleports to you as well, and in that location, they will do the following: Spirit 1 does some damage. Spirit 2 does some hard CCs. Spirit 3 blocks projectiles. So it blocks ranged attacks, basically. I'll simplify. Now this is a wide variety of effects. That's why I just mentioned don't spam it. Wait for the right opportunity. Now what that opportunity is very situational. It might be you want to do some damage quickly, so you blink with this on your target. Or it might be that you are saving this for a CC. So you just cast it in the CC phase. Or there are a lot of projectiles coming onto you. You cast it when such a situation happens. So it can be used defensively, to blink away, to move away from the fight, along with your spirits, to create some distance between you and the target. Or it can be used offensively, fall right on target, and cause damage, cause CC, and so forth. Don't spam it. Learn how to utilize this probably the most out of the Shroud kit. Basically, your Shroud 2 is a very spammable option. We're actually gonna look at how spammable it is. This is fascinating. Where is that spirit? Because the spirit seems still active. And it should teleport to us based on... No, we can actually... This is fascinating. Our spirit is God knows where. But we can still innervate them. That's a wild interaction. Anyway, so you want to go into Shroud. You want to quickly cast 2, 3, 4, and then once these are casted, as you can see, the 2 replenishes quite fast. It can be spammed, and when it cannot be spammed, you'll cast just number 1, and then 2 again, and then number 1. And then occasionally you will cast the other ones as well, because when you summon them, they will actually give you some life force back, so you can stay in the Shroud longer, right? If that's necessary, but for the most part, you want to wait for the right skills to replenish, and then. Again, you don't touch 5 until absolutely necessary. It's a little complicated, I admit. Just remember what each skill does and apply accordingly, right? So as you can see, I can go back into the Shroud again. We've got a lot of life generation. Again, you want to cast 2, 3, 4, and then 1, 2, 1, 2, basically ad nausea, and then use 3, 3 for CC. This one for some preservation. It says it's a spirit of preservation. So when you want to heal in a pinch, want to apply some boons to yourself, and then the innervate skills, the F skills, similarly to these based on what they do. Again, as I listed all over here. So again, F2, meaning this skill for more damage. Sorry, I'm gonna get out of combat again. So this one for more damage, and what was it? N for Might and Fury. This one, if you can see my cursor, this one for the CC, and this one for, and I actually listed here. Oh, and here's the thing. You get life force with each one through a trait. But also, oh, I actually haven't spoken about the F1s at all, have I? So yeah, F1, or sorry, F2, this skill, the first one, Rite of Shroud, actually does damage and provides Might and Fury to your allies as well. So you cast it when you are low on Might, or just for damage. And again, I label it as spammable, so I lied. When you enter Shroud, you actually do 2, 3, 4, then 1, 2, and F2. 1, 2, F2. You just spam these three. It will give you some life force back. You will remain in Shroud longer. This one, don't spam it. It causes fear, which is a semi-hard CC. Very valuable in a CC scenario. And last but not least, this one gives Aegis, Resist, and Stability. All three boons that are designed to protect you from various attacks. Stability makes you stand on your feet, don't get knocked down. Resistance makes you resistant to condition damage, and Aegis outright blocks attacks coming at you. So this one, do not spam it. Actually, save this for when you are expecting a big attack to hit you. Some attacks that, the bigger the attack, the longer the wind up is. Typically, the longer you see the animation. You want to use this very defensively and reactionarily. For that reason, this might be the most difficult to use. Just don't use it outside of these scenarios, basically. I mean, you can before you learn how to use it reactively. It might be better to spam it until then, right? Until you learn how to read your enemies and so on and so forth. Those boons will obviously help, even outside of big attacks. They are just better to be saved for the better opportunity. But because it's, F4, very inaccessible here, the keybind I have for it is not very welcoming, I admit. It might be hard to reach, it might be hard to learn when to use it. So I already mentioned one of the general usage for this build, that is to attack enemies below 50% health. And then there's one more trait that is quite fascinating, which gives you more damage when you enter Shroud. So first of all, when you enter Shroud, you actually get the Might, you know that. So there's a reason for entering Shroud. But you can see that we also got this Soul Barbs effect on us that comes from a trait, and that expires somewhere in the middle of our life force. If we exit now, we will get it back, and this one gives us more damage generally. So one but we need to enter or exit Shroud in order to get it again. So we do more damage when we have it on, and it's every 15 seconds. It lasts 15 seconds. If you don't know how long 15 seconds is, I did find a skill that has the same cooldown. That is your Staff 4. When you cast Staff 4, you can just look at this cooldown to see when it's time to dip it back into Shroud, basically. That's if you want that damage increase, sorry. But it does have a little bit of a trade-off. First of all, you cannot use your awesome skills, which are awesome, your awesome spirits. But you are also losing critical hits, which only increase in your Shroud, right? And that's again through another trait. Sorry. So yeah, it's a trade-off, right? It's this trait. No, it's not. It's this trait, Death Perception, gain increased critical strike chance, strike damage while in Shroud. So you get more crits or more damage from crits, I should say, when you're in Shroud. And you can trade that off for just flat power in this trait, which is the Soul Barbs. Now there are equivalents to Soul Barbs if you don't want to keep constantly dipping out. You don't want to have that choice paralysis of whether to enter Shroud and exit Shroud and enter Shroud and exit Shroud, or whether to stay in a Shroud for the increased critical strike. You can switch out the Soul Barbs, but the other traits, I assume, are not as good. Look, at the end of the day, this is open world. Anything you do works, right? It's only about learning how this game functions, how this combat functions, that you start having fun with just knocking into mobs, right? It makes a difference to be killing a champion in 10 minutes and killing him in 5 because you know how to use your build. So that's that. That's the whole overview. And we're gonna try to start applying it during combat intelligently, right? We've got the cheat sheet. I can open it next to my gaming monitor, and we can look there frequently for advice if need be. So I'm just gonna put it into taskbar. I'm going to minimize it for now and not necessarily engage with it. Let's go back to the story, but before we do, one last thing about all of this. So I said that when we cast our spirits, when we exit Shroud, they should go away. But very clearly they don't. They stick around. That's because we do have a trait equipped, Lingering Spirits. This one, oh yeah, and we wanted to look into the meta battle. That's gonna come in a second as well. Lingering Spirits. This one assures that our spirits remain with us when we exit Shroud. They'll just be around. That's useful. Obviously, that's useful. But yeah, meta battle cites that it's basically pretty good. Maybe as good as the trait we want ultimately, which is this one down here. They just don't like the visual clutter generated by the spirits. They just don't like that the spirits are on screen, which is fair enough, I guess. But yeah, there is a genuine choice of which trait to take. This is not necessarily the best in slot, and it very much competes with this one, or I should say the other way around. This one is not the best in slot necessarily. It competes very well with this one. So it's up to your preference, really, which one you're going to pick here. I think it's cool to have the spirits outside. You can use more of the innovate skills. It's just we're going to follow the initial guidance, and we're going to go for this trait as well. This one will not allow you to keep your spirits outside of Shroud, but what it will do instead is that the first spirit skill you use when entering Ritualist Shroud recharges instantly, so it will allow you to double cast something. So this is very good for like the CC phases, you can very quickly spam your CC spirit, or as I mentioned, the boon giving opportunities. They can also be double casted basically right as we enter Shroud, and that's ultimately what we're trying to earn. Of course, it's currently locked. The trait is locked behind our training. We never finished our Ritualist, and for what it's worth, we're going to look into the remaining skills. We don't know what the specific elite skill for this profession is, and we don't know what this last weapon skill is. This one is also a weapon skill, right? Zinray's weapon. Anyway, the very last thing before we get into the story, I wanted to do is look at meta battle and the general tips on usage there about this build. See what they say. We're gonna study up on that. They might actually tell us something we don't know and haven't realized from our studying of the build by ourselves. So they say usage. Ritualized Shroud is the profession mechanic of the Ritualist. The Shroud lets you summon 3 spirits. Anguish, that one they list for damage. Wanderlust, that's for CC and damage. And Preservation, that is healing and conditional remover. The 5th skill teleports you and the spirits, that causes summoned spirits to cast a new skill. Anguish fires off a quick flurry of projectiles. Wanderlust launches a larger projectile that dazes nearby enemies, so again that's CC. Preservation creates a protective barrier that destroys enemy projectiles. After using their summoning skill, the spirits linger and auto attack your target. The spirits can then be innervated by using the F2 through F4 skills, and that gives again might, inflicts AoE, and grants defensive boons, notably stability and aegis. Also gives life force due to charge souls. We've listed that. We know that. So what do you do for damage? Well, enter the Shroud, cast Anguish as I suggested. Start with your spirit summoning, and they actually recommend starting at 2, and then once we get the soul twisting, they recommend using it on Anguish specifically. So it's actually 2 when you enter Shroud, and then continue to spam Anguish. That's what I said as well. Anytime it's off cooldown, it's a spammable skill. Spam Innervate Anguish to deal damage around Anguish Spirit. Again, spammable skill whenever it's called off cooldown, so that's F2 for you. And then cast Wanderlust and Preservation, so they begin auto attacking after using their respective summon skill. Use summon spirits to reposition and deal damage. Now you can do that reposition as well dynamically and do some more damage, but you also have the wandering spirits. That means the spirits actually follow you automatically, but at their own pace basically. So this is to basically summon them to you, but you want to do so. Once again, let's recap that. You enter Shroud and you cast 2, 3, 4, and then forever 1, 2, F2, 1, 2, F2, right? That's the whole trick. After casting Anguish twice, and then they go into some rotations. I don't think you need to be so specific, but after casting Anguish twice, wait 1 or 2 seconds for the attack to finish, then leave Shroud. And if you're using the competing trait, so meaning the spirits will remain, so if you're using it, leave Shroud after casting Anguish twice, and you don't need to wait for the attacks to finish otherwise. Outside of Shroud, but again, this is just too raidy in my opinion. You don't have to remember that. Outside of Shroud, use your weapon spells to deal damage and regain life force, and we've shown a couple of those skills that do that. Then enter Shroud again, on it's ready. There's probably a typo here. Continue to weave in and out of Shroud to maintain soul barbs. So yeah, they recommend dipping in and out of Shroud, basically. So they view the damage increase from this trait as superior to the critical hits that you do in Shroud. Boons. Summoning Spirit, so this is just what gives you your boon generation. So it gives you quickness. We've looked at that, and again I want to look later on whether there is a quickness ritualist build actually specifically meant to generate quickness. So you give it to yourself and nearby allies, thanks to Empowering Spirit. And then you spam Innervate Anguish. So again, that's the F2 for Might and Fury. Then you save Innervate Preservation for whenever you might need the Aegis and Stability again. Save it. Do not spam F4. If you wish to generate permanent quickness, consider using Superior Rune of Fireworks. So apparently it is possible to generate superior quickness. Quickness is nice. And raid scenarios pretty much require quickness uptime of 100%. Notes and tips. When dealing with groups of mobs, remember Gravedigger will... Okay, so that's a greatsword skill. We do not need to read that. You do not gain life force from nearby deaths while in Shroud. Try to finish off your enemies outside of Ritualist Shroud to replenish your life force. Didn't know that. Didn't know that about Necromancer, but makes sense. Again, something about Greatsword. Greatsword doesn't really benefit us at all. And here you go. Weapon spells, such as Nightmare Weapon, are shared with nearby allies or minions, albeit with reduced effects. Play near allies or minions to share these spells. So, not only find a buddy, but if you don't have a buddy, try to find your minions and fight alongside those at least. But yeah, otherwise, again, what I suggested as well. And again, I consider these spammable. They do not mention anything other than that here. They just describe it here. Deals extra damage in a small AoE. As a weapon spell, it is shared with nearby allies. Reduced damage. So yeah, no need to big brain it. No need to save it for like special skills. You just spam it. Just cast it when it's off cooldown. It's cool. These two skills. I mean, again, these two utilities: splinter weapons and nightmare weapon. Survivability. Some tips on survivability. Sidestep and walk or dodge out of enemy attacks. That should be a no-brainer. That is for every single profession across Guild Wars 2. Essential skill you need to learn. Ritualist Shroud is a second health bar and has a natural 33% damage reduction. It is actually very clearly written in the tooltip. It makes you survive more. You have enough life force generation to face stang attacks in Shroud and continue doing damage. So this first rule doesn't apply necessarily, especially if you dip into Shroud when well on health, right? If you know that you have a big pool of health behind that Shroud, you can genuinely just let enemies deplete the Shroud first. Innervate Preservation provides stability and Aegis. We've already read that, so again, but F4 for trying to survive. And then Summon Spirits, that's also what I suggested. It can be used defensively to get yourself outside of any sticky situation. Crowd Control CC, Grasping Darkness, that is unfortunately Greatsword skill. We are not supporting that. Devouring Visage, this is what? That's a sword? Yeah, that's a sword skill. We also don't have a sword. Wanderlust, but yeah, Wanderlust, that's your spirit. That's the second spirit, but third Shroud skill. That one does knockdown, that's a CC. And Innervate Wanderlust, also CC. I did mention a lot more sources of CC, specifically our Golem, as a main, Golem here, as our main source of CC. Oh, you don't see the spreadsheet. Never mind then. Oh shit! You didn't see the meta battle webpage either. But sorry, yeah, that's what that is. I'm sorry, I was talking about all of this and you haven't seen what I'm pointing out. But hopefully I described it just as well. Anyway, so this is where I took that build for inspiration, mostly. Now, since I last looked here, they do recommend a different heal skill. However, I know my girlfriend will definitely appreciate that she doesn't have to care about or put much thought into healing. So I decided to keep Blood Fiend. Extremely weak heal on demand, but the minion deals weak sustained damage and can be affected by weapon skill, utility skills. So they switched him out eventually because it's not a very effective heal. But you have Shroud. As a Necromancer, generally, you are pretty much invincible. By the way, I never looked at, and because this is supposed to be like a beginner's guide, we never looked in down skills either. I don't know where they list down skills. Over here. Your down skills are... yeah, good. Oh, very well. Twitch actually caught a bot in action and didn't let them comment. True indeed. Thank you for the service. Anyway, we never spoke about down skills. Down skills are important to mention. Now, Channeled Agony, you might not have this skill at all. This one is gained in a very specific manner. It is great CC when you're down on the ground. So this skill bar appears when you're dead and fighting for your life. Generally, what you want to do, don't touch this if you're still in combat. If someone's still attacking you, don't touch the bandage. The bandage is a channel skill. You tap it and it will start channeling. But then when you're interrupted by an attack, it will stop channeling and it will be useless. So you want to use this one only when you know you're safe, you're out of danger, someone else is tanking your enemy, and you can start healing yourself for a little bit. Or if someone clearly comes to your rescue, starts picking you up, you may reach out with your hand and try to fight for your life this way. But again, it gets interrupted immediately as you get attacked. What you want to do, typically spam 1, do your auto attack. This will actually, on a Necromancer, this is very powerful because this will give you life back. It will heal you as you attack enemies. And not only that, when the enemy gets defeated, you automatically revive. So, but you need to tag that enemy first. You need to rally through attacking that enemy. So you want to spam this one, and then this one does create that space around you. If there is an enemy that can be feared away from you, meaning it is a soft enemy, weak enemy, you can cast this, and the enemy will stop attacking you for a second. It is just a 2 seconds, to be literal. It is just a 2 second thing, so nothing to write home about, but might be beneficial in some cases. Last but not least, Fetid Ground, which creates an AoE around you. It is a combo field, so there's your second field if you need Uh, if you need a field on this build, you can just as well die and cast it through your skill 3. But this is a bit more damage to enemies specifically around you. It also puts poison on them, so it will help you survive. So typically when you go down, what you want to do, I suggest if the enemy is close to you, you want to cast 3 and then start casting 1. If the enemy deals a lot of damage, you cast 2 to fear it away. If you're safe, you cast 4 to help your allies rally you instead. Okay? Number 5, don't worry about it. You don't have it. You're a new person. You don't have that skill. Want to unlock that skill? You can. You can through Season 3, but I think it costs gems. And also, I don't want to lie. I don't know what it's gated behind anymore, but I think it's tied to a mastery in Season 3, very specifically. So you'd have to play Season 3. It's possible, and it's a good skill, but not critical. Okay, I've talked for a lot. Let other NPCs talk instead for a second. Okay, let's do the story right now. So last off, just to quickly recap as well, last off we were in this camp and we were wondering where our trusted friend Isgaren, the living seer, is, because we discovered a seer settlement and we want some answers. And Isgaren is a natural source because he was around for these things, but he's nowhere to be found. So last time we once again attempted to make contact with Isgaren again, as the tracker here says, but failed. And now we might get some more hints from Priory Scout. What you got for us, And also, I did pause here because I was wondering about one of the achievements here, if I'm not mistaken. And I think I stopped tracking them. Oh yeah, so those are the audio log recordings of Drago, Inquest Artifact Researcher. I know where the first one is. I actually found it since last time, so maybe we want to go for this one. I didn't know if it's tied to story progression or not. So I did find the first one on my adventuring outside of stream. But I don't think this is tied necessarily to the story step. Even though it's listed under the story step, I think it just appears here because it's relevant for the story at this point. But I'm not quite sure. But I think I know where to look for it. I don't want to lie to you. We're gonna ignore most everything else. There it is. There it is. So that's day 13 actually.
Druga, Electromancer, lead of Artifact Recovery Crew 1. We are on our 13th day seabound, and I now understand why everyone avoids flying airships this far west. We've lost, 3 vessels to the storms now? All fodder from Lion's Arch to test the path, mind you, but it's making me question whether I should have accepted Vlox's offer. It wasn't much of a choice. The Arcane Eye wants my head, and Dynamics will never let me teach again. At least the director recognized the importance of my expertise. Being given asylum in the Inquest is the only reason I'm not in a cell. Now we just need to make it to this island alive. I was assigned to the director's vessel, so at least we'll be the last ship to sink.
Right on. Okay, so this reveals a bit more about the inner workings of the Inquest. I'll be honest with you guys, I genuinely don't remember who the fuck Draga is, who's that Inquest. Was it the one that was arguing with the Overseer kind of guy? See, this is what happens when I focus on mainly on I'm stuck here, by the way. Too. Can I exit through here? How did I get in? Good. This is what happens when I focus on skills mostly and the mechanical aspects of the game. Where are we supposed to go next? Again, Inquest Insight in Sparktale's Dubious Collection. Sparktale. Isn't that the char that was on the beach here? We talked to earlier. This is Hookthorn. That's a different char. But there was a sort of scavenger type of guy somewhere along the beach. This is Asperson. They have a lot of collection icons above their heads. I don't want to engage with any of them because they're not part of the story technically, and I again want to save them for our adventuring with my lovely partner. Right. I'm just gonna scan for more treasure as we have to fly around. This is Sly Swashbuckler, but they have some garbage lying around as well. Where was that char? Sparktale, huh? Was it south of, more south of, what's this village again? Holgarden? May have been more south, or may have been more inland, actually. There he is. Beachcomber Sparktale. It is indeed who I think it was. There you go.
We've arrived at Castora. This place is a specimen to be studied. Untouched by time or war, for... I can't easily hypothesize. I'd need more data to make an assessment. We've made contact with a settlement of survivors, all castaways whose ships didn't make it through the fog and storms intact. Many were even born here. But they're wary. Likely never seen a ship dock intact, let alone a small fleet. Vlox and Kuda are meeting with their mayor now. Meanwhile, I'm getting the lay of the land. We're looking for an artifact of seer origin. Very little detail is available. But the core of this artifact, we can only speculate its capabilities, but Zin's records suggest immense power. It would give Ratasum and the Inquest so much power, in fact, that there would be no question of our technological superiority.
All right. I just had a quick look at the wiki. And right now I'm looking at meta battle to see if there's a Ritualist a quickness build, but it doesn't seem so. So they haven't crafted one, at least not for raids. They're not in tests. No one has them in draft. There are some drafts for quickness, support healer, and support power DPS. Nothing conclusive, it seems. So not currently settled on for end game. Where Ritualist fits in with their quickness capabilities. Anyway, also looking at wiki who this Draga Asura is, it seems like we haven't seen her on screen, which is good because at least I'm not as ignorant as I think I am. At the Inquest's Overwatch, west of Blue Hole. What is Blue Hole? At the Inquest's Overwatch. Have we... Blue Hole? Blue Hole? What is Blue Hole? I might need to look some of these up. They're not really main story, right? I just wonder how much I wanna look for them myself, sorry, and how much. So the Inquest do have a base here, but that's not a Overwatch or whatever was it called. It was called. There's no Inquest presence over here. I'm guessing it's this map. I'll be honest with you. Blue hole though. It's capitalized, so that should be a name and a half. I'm gonna try to go here. This looks pretty. It's somewhat more blue than the rest of it. And I'm cheating a little bit. We don't have a... So again, sort of a self-imposed rule for this playthrough is also do not use anything your girlfriend wouldn't be able to use. So that's what I want to do here. Creation 23 is over here, huh? That's this island. I should mark it somewhere. It's at Whole Garden. I do need an achievement for that event as well later on. Just gonna try to remember it, I guess. I'll say once again, one self-imposed rule. Cannot use anything that is not available to my girlfriend. So Skimmer obviously is. That's tied to this expansion, pretty much. What was the official name of the...
Get lost. This course is for prospective freebooters only.
Overwatch.
Don't want any of you shore rats losing your pretty heads now, do we, huh?
West of Blue Hole. So it's actually supposed to be west of Blue Hole. This cannot be Blue Hole. If it's in this map. Still, it's a proper name. Yeah, just to finish that thought. Whatever my girlfriend doesn't have, so Skimmer is obvious. We can use that one, but Raptor, short jumps. Skimmer, Springer, small jumps. That's how I would sort of summarize it as. Also, we cannot ride any ley lines. We cannot use our sky scale for any meaningful progress. It is genuinely. We are tied to how we can play this with my lovely partner. Okay, so what's up with this little lake? There is some Inquest presence over here. But I might want to get to the main story eventually. So this is Lily Creek Cascade. So I am kind of tempted to wiki this stuff. Our skimmer just went broken again. Inquest's Overwatch.
I'm looking for my friend's grave. I know it's foolish, but I have to do this. Can you help?
Could this be a blue hole? Or these.
He told me to watch for beasts and traps in this area.
Don't look that blue on our map, but no, we're not scanning our surroundings. Ooh, something of value nearby. There is a treasurino. Treasurino.
I hunt minerals inland. A mission of great import.
This seems like a hero challenge far too high over our heads. So I'm not gonna grab it. I feel like we wouldn't be able to make it with the Springer. With the Springer basic jump. This is Flotsam Grotto Skimmerway. There's also treasure, which I'm gonna grab. But it is not what we're looking for, ultimately. Can try this thing. And again, I'm thinking of hole. I'm thinking of something round. It doesn't have to be that, does it? Can definitely pick up.
I heard those inquest fellas pay loads for a hire.
This point of interest. Once again, some more treasure. I will come back for. Maybe not. That actually seems to be part of a tunnel. Where are all the points of interest here? I am at the right spot. Blue hole! Holy shit! I nailed it. West, huh? So over here. Inquest Overwatch. Now, add the Inquest's Overwatch. It's supposed to be west of this point of interest. Okay, yeah, there's some Inquest. Ah, there it is. Very good, you know, I don't hate these,
Such might!
descriptions, these hints. Pretty good, actually.
The villagers warned us not to head inland, citing unknown dangers. Their warnings weren't false. The coast is guarded by a crustacean comparable in size to Prototype X. It killed 4 of ours. Very competent scientists. The creature only stopped its assault after a tarnished astrolabe was picked up from under the sand. It retrieved the artifact and backed into the bay. Once we started digging, we discovered 100 other things in the sand, too. One of the villagers claimed they were dropped by pirates who tried to steal treasures inland, only to be killed by Keela. None of those are our artifacts, mind you, but if we can locate where they were stolen from, perhaps our target won't be far behind.
They're clearly mentioning the Seneschal. Question is whether the Seneschal in this map, there's supposedly a Seneschal in the next map as well. By the controls for the confinement pens. Where are the confinement pens? Do they mean still this map? So in the cave system that the Inquest have
Did you hear about the
occupied.
siege of the freebooters' lair?
Where's our music? Our music completely stopped. Yeah, okay, this is actually safe to use the Raptor here. We're not making any meaningful jumps over here. Anything that would actually help us traverse a big gap. So this is allowed. Where we've ride the freebooters part of the cave system, which is not ultimately what we want. We need to find the Inquest part, which was through here, I guess. I've seen some quests to our left. There's the Inquest base. And there are some... there it is. Druggist audio log.
To help replenish our ranks, Rox has struck a deal with the dregs of this evil society. The grunts call themselves freebooters. Captain Hammerheart would probably trade her entire entourage for 3 barrels of gold. In return for labor, Vlox gifted her some of our less useful equipment. Nothing mission critical. I suspect she'll use it to antagonize the village. We gave the mayor the same offer, but he rejected it. Logically, it's their loss. I'm just eager to get inland. We haven't discovered a safe path yet, but we're slowly carving a route that doesn't rouse the crab. Seb wants to turn her into another experiment. I'd like to get those shackles into the lab.
There you go. So yeah, they are very clearly referencing the seneschal in this island. So the one we actually already interacted with. By a desk in the testing lab. Ooh, the testing lab, huh? Is this finally this thing? No. Where's the testing lab then? You mean this cave system still? The testing lab is where we entered first, isn't it? Maybe, I guess. That's where we were dressed up as a golem. So that would be this way, if I remember it correctly. It's a research facility, described as a research facility and the point of interest. So there are some friendly inquests, at least with their green name on. I'm not gonna lie to you, this looks like the right spot. Unfortunately, I don't see an audio log anywhere. They say inside? By a desk. Okay. There's supposed to be a desk too. I don't know if they're trying to point me in the direction of the second map already. Because I remembered, you know, the sort of office layouts were perhaps a bit more the second facility thing. Probably this is not a very big big space. This is not a very big space. I do wonder about the ceiling though. Is that an aquarium? There are some weird animals up there. Okay, I'll try the second map actually. I'll be honest with you, I think there's a better chance they once again split the collection right in the middle, and now they want us to look for items in the second map. But this is a command complex, not necessarily a lab, is it? Or whatever it was described as again. Yeah.
This place is pretty incredible. I think Duke would ever host a great hunt out here.
They do have some pens here as well. So
Extra damage.
there's a strange inquest suit we can pick up. What is that thing? Uh-oh. Ah, it's a jumping puzzle or some shit. Interesting. Yeah, we don't need that. Let's get away from that one. I'll do that on my free time. Let's move up here.
Whoa! The director won't be pleased about them walking off with his prized artifacts.
I wouldn't worry about it. Not one of them came back out alive.
There's a hero challenge we already picked up. And there it is. That is the audio file we are looking for.
We made our way into the forest. Deployed a base to the northeast. Now I've got scouting parties searching the west. While I wait for the scouts to return, I've been running tests on the more noteworthy artifacts recovered from the beach. Even inert, pure shadowstone is a marvel to inspect. Capable of storing unfathomable amounts of energy, but useless to me in its current state. I've tried powering it with ley and arcane energies. Nothing. The quantity of power seems to be irrelevant. I'm reminded of certain obstacles I faced during my Orion studies. I recount a chasm somewhere in Malcor's leap.
What?
Conduits crafted by the elder races often require the object to be attuned to a very specific type of magic to function. So, without a seer... curious.
I was scared they're gonna make us go to ore for a second there. But I guess they just referenced the technology. Under a heat lamp at Digside Gamma. Good. Fuck. Where's Digside Gamma though? Isn't that the... I'm gonna go ahead and guess that's pretty much where we started today, our stream.
I need energy.
Okay, let me just get the fuck out of this place. I know I'm using the sky scale here, but that's not a meaningful capacity. I think the Digside Gamma. Yeah, that's pretty much where we started. We've got what, 3 audio logs left. Now I'm committed to finding them all, even though we've been streaming for almost 2 hours and we haven't done anything from the main line, the main story, man. So not great. I haven't done this meta, by the way. Just I haven't done it yet, which is all kinds of funky. Why is every one of these audio logs protected by an enemy?
We made it inside one of the temples. No small task. The entire forest is lined with traps and puzzles to protect them. Temple Alpha did not house our target in the end, but it did provide me with some excellent data on Shadowstone. Her name... let's call her Assistant 2. 2 discovered a hidden chamber filled with discarded weapons thrown to the floor. When Assistant 2 entered, they all danced to life. Assistant 2, of course, did not make it. I had one of the guards toss an arcane bomb inside to put her out of her misery. However, the explosion left a thick wall of magic from the disturbed weapons. It dissipated quickly, but I collected a small sample. I saturated a shard of Shadowstone in that energy, and for a short time the stone was charged. I fixed it to my pistol for testing. If this is just a taste of what Castora has to offer, not only will Cantha be irrelevant, but the inquest will be unstoppable. Fascinating.
Yeah, okay. So they are getting some actual benefits from this research, even if that's not necessarily what the main bad guy goes after. And again, like, speaking of him as a bad guy, even though his motives are not clear in the story just yet, also might not be clear from what we've already done on streams, who I'm even referencing. Anyway, the thing is, they are referencing Shadowstone a lot, so that's like a whole thing I don't want to go into, but basically it's like technology created by the Seers to hold magic, very similar to Bloodstones. but with some nuance, which I don't necessarily remember. That's also part of the reason why I don't want to go into it here. But among the gear of Forward Base Bravo. Forward Base Bravo. Forward Base Bravo. That is, damn. I don't remember where Forward Base Bravo is. I might actually wicked this one, just because, it's definitely not gonna be back at the command complex, right? But Forward Base Bravo. Logic dictates it should be here, right? In the second map, again, or sort of. Is there some inquest here, or is that just part of the Lost Basilica complex? I'm guessing that's what that is. Forward Base Bravo. That wouldn't happen to be our base, would it? That sounds very inquest-y. This is a foothold bivouac. Yeah, that does sound like our homeless asses. Homeless grade asses. Yeah, no, sorry, this is just some seared shit. Shattered spire. Cute thing. Don't know if I was supposed to be here. I did fly on a sky scale over here, which was short-sighted of me, but now you can actually get here very easily from the Basilica there. So that's what I'm gonna enter. We're gonna enter it later on stream, spoiler alert, but or later on in the story. I don't know if it's gonna be on the stream actually at this point. I am going to give you a look of the Vista if the skimmer behaves, which he did not at this point. Ah, there it is. Forward Base Bravo. Okay, okay, okay. It is here.
Careless louts. We managed to navigate inside one of the more intriguing ruins, either attuned to a very important seer or a reliquary. I just scavenged an axe faceted with the largest shard of Shadowstone I've seen yet. Absolutely pristine, intricately cut. It had the magical footprint of 17 Asura gates, but it was as light as a handheld scanner, even inert. I was deciphering a plaque that likely detailed its purpose when one of the junior archaeologists triggered a loaded trap. The boulder would have hit me if I hadn't been tackled out of the way. The axe, though. I reported the archaeologist's mistake to Seb directly, who will decide on punishment. Doubt I'll see them again regardless.
Wait, was that supposed to be suggested that Draga was injured by the axe? Is that Draga? No. Well, we still have one more audio log at least, so Draga must be alive. And then, among the plans of the ruined nave, luckily, this is the first thing we explored here. There are some lore tablets here as well. I'm gonna read them when we get here, basically, through the story. For now, let's listen to the last audio log.
The only thing worse than being chased down by the Arcane Eye is being chased down by the Alliance's deputy. The commander brought a team to Castora. There's no walking back to the comforts of tenure at Dynamics now. Kuda wants to begin countermeasures, but Vlox wants us focused on the mission. He'd rather we avoid the commander and keep moving. I guess it's not a wrong choice. Picking a fight before we must may not yield beneficial results. understand Kuda's drive. She'd rather eliminate the problem before it has an opportunity to fester. In the meantime, I've asked if Phlox can share anything else from Zin's notes that might help. He says there's nothing. I suppose the only choice is to press on. Once we find this object, the Alliance and their lapdogs won't be able to stop us anyway.
Okay. So yeah, a little bit more of an insight into, and yeah, that's what I mentioned. Like parts of the inquest are here genuinely for some nefarious research. Parts do want to do some other stuff here. It's not clear in the story what exactly either of them are after, really. And it won't be, again, a bit of a spoiler alert. At the end of this patch, we are still kind of looking for what it is exactly they're trying to extract from this place. But just the important takeaway is not all the inquest guys want the same thing. And it is causing some discord. Here, 2 hours ago, we started here. We were right next to you. What do you got for us?
I caught a glimpse of him heading off to the west a few hours ago. Didn't stop by camp first or anything.
Well, that's the best lead I've had in a while. Thank you.
Wow, all that for this
getting us nowhere. We need to fall back until we
piece
have
of dialogue.
reinforcements.
Okay, I think we're failing the meta. Anyway, back to it then. There is one more achievement we can get from this story chapter, and that's to discover the mysteries of the Basilica Crypt in the allotted time. So we need to be fast at some point here. We also are looking for some bona fide clues. So the balance of souls. There's a seer statue. The statue is labeled the balance of souls, and each of the 4 hands holds an object of symbolic significance. Unfortunately, the pattern isn't immediately clear. Maybe the orb on the left represents a soul, weighed down by the dagger. The statue is unmoving by your speculation. Whatever mysteries it holds, it's not giving them up. Maybe Isgarin can explain it, if I ever find him. And I did want to look at the artifact, but yeah, it's just 2 orbs and 2 daggers, actually. Again, we're using the wrong mount. We shouldn't be doing that, even though it doesn't really matter here. There's a toppled statue of a seer. Damn. The statue stares up at you defiantly. Despite being mostly buried, the face is carved indistinctly enough that you suspect the statue represents a concept, not a specific seer. I don't know how our character actually can tell that, but dig around for clues about the statue. You find the damaged inscription on the statue. All that's legible is the phrase "Watcher of the Stars." I guess that is what it's doing now. Watching the stars because it's collapsed. Okay. Pointing out the obvious. I know. There's an ancient door. Kind of looks Orion, yeah.
Castor really is an awe-inspiring place. I wish I were here under better circumstances.
I mean, yeah. The effect on the doors is cool. Magic hums across the surface of the door, sealing it tightly. It is unclear if it's meant to keep intruders from entering or keep something within from escaping. Well, I doubt he went this way. Unless he knows how to open this. There are some... You can see through the window here, apparently. Golem parts. The battered remains of an Inquest golem lie in a pile on the forest floor. Something here did not take kindly to its presence. Was this Isgarin? Or was it something else? Good question, Torvald. There's a disenchanted sword. This enchanted seer weapon lies on the ground, unmoving, but still faintly glowing with magic. Did Isgarin dispatch this, or was it the Inquest? Astute observations all around. So there's a weathered tome. Just like that in the open, okay. Nobody discovered it yet. This tome is written in the Seer language, but its condition is too pristine to be from here. We count ourselves among the stars. We do not debase ourselves in worship of the heavens, but aspire to the heavens ourselves. Though not all of us will make it, it is better to fall at the gate of glory than to live life mired in the dirt. It goes on for pages in the same fashion. Inquest Magimeter. This small Asuran instrument pulses and flickers in time with the movements of nearby pools of seer magic. They're tracking sources of magic, but to what end? Artifact crate.
Some interesting clues, but still not what I need.
Judging by the nearby corpses, it appears that the Inquest stole this crate from the Priory, then met their end when they tried to touch the objects within. Must not have realized they were warded by the Seers. So yeah, it's cursed artifacts all over the place. And yeah, I did have a problem finding the last clue last time, but this is actually working. So this is not part of the clues. Instead, being just a lore book. It's the last night now. By the time the sun rises tomorrow, we will be gone from here, and it's titled The Final Night. I don't know if I said that. We will be gone from here, and our legacy will be behind us. It should pain me more to abandon our temples, to see the sacrifices we've made amount to nothing. But I've already grieved as much as I can. I've spent my tears on my Endiro. There are none left for Castora. So this is from the Seers. I mean, it's a lore tablet, faded with time. Sidoni says that the beasts will protect Castora and guard its secrets for our inevitable return. But the pallid faces of my fellows reveal that we already know the truth. We will never return to this place. We march not to victory, but to extinction. The bindings of the beasts are indeed strong, as strong as we could make them, and they will not fray with time. Instead, they will guard this place, waiting for a return that will not come, until the distant day when the last light of Tyria is finally extinguished. This is actually interesting. So the Seers actually thought nobody will discover this place, partly because they protected it so well. But here we are. Inquest audio log box.
Destroy this message immediately when you read it.
Uh-huh.
I can't stress that enough. You could get us both killed. Or
Didn't
worse.
happen.
You need to try to get reassigned. Use whatever excuse you need to, but do it quickly. I overheard Seb talking. He's going to try to control the Seneschal, like one of his pets. Whether he succeeds or fails, it's bad news for anyone around there at the time. Get away while you still can.
That was a good clue. There's someone dying. I'm gonna go help them out. Don't know if they're AFK. Might very well be that. Yeah, they are AFK. So I don't care. They're also sporting the lazy skirt. This is the worst Tyrion outfit I've ever seen. I hate this. I hate this kind of fashion. It's a sweater. It is a skirt. And it's a pair of glasses. Doesn't quite scream fantasy at me. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I'm not here to judge fashion. I'm here to do more story. Just put out some spirits up to protect us as we
Something has really stirred up the magic over there. Seems like as good of a lead as I'm going to get.
This piece of inert shadow stone is chipped, its edges sharp and jagged like glass. I wonder how large the original piece was. Okay, so what did that tell us? Magical agitation. Okay, okay. We're supposed to examine something that stirred, and our character's seen it, but we didn't necessarily. Can we get out of combat? Yes, we can, thanks to combat mounting recharge, whatever, combat mounting mastery. Magical agitation.
Who could have done this? I haven't seen it this agitated anywhere else on Castora.
It would make more sense if we ended up our clue chase around this place instead, but we've seen it from half the
magic here is definitely reacting to something. Or to someone.
Or to someone? Could it be Zagarin? Alright. There's a lot of enemies attacking us. I want to look at the cursed artifact, whether that's actually part of the decor here. No, actually that does seem to be. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Good. Then die. Holy shit. We're building up that life force so fast. It's imbecilic. I said don't spam the skills. I'm not following my own example, but you can just genuinely stay. There it is. See, now we need CC, so we'll cast the F3. Where's our golem? Dead, unfortunately. Give the spirits weapons. So what was it? 3 and 4, I believe, for CC. Yeah, it is going away slowly, but not nearly as well. And the enemy is dead now. Also, what's going on? Why is there so many enemies? Doesn't matter. Listen. I only did it to look at some lore, but the lore was not there on the tool. Talk to Isgarin. Ah, there he is. There he is. This bastard. Before we do, I will look at the seer tablet, actually.
Again.
So it's Lassia's journal, and I already know this is Seer's, basically, so I'm gonna try to read it in sort of sage-like voice. Okay, the day approaches. Mazeo and I will both undergo Divitium Nava at last. Divitium. Yeah, okay. Some godly, right?
It almost seems to be a map, but it's too fragmented to interpret.
My brother has kept calm about it, but I am not so easily fooled. He knows this will be a great honor for us and a continuous boon for our family. Of course, Melior believes I am too fixated, but she She was chosen and underwent the process several years ago. She has since lorded her eternal wisdom over my brother and me as if she were Doyen herself. Doyen herself. It's a title within the Seer culture. We've learned a little bit about it in Gentier Wilds expansion. I don't remember anything about it, though. I wasn't paying attention, I'll be honest with you. But then, she's our elder sister, and she loves to remind us. Still, I admit some pretty petty jealousy on my part. I've long wished to tend and work the forge and make divine instruments as my elder sister does, ever since the three of us were allowed residence here. A role that requires immense power and control. Two things she tells me that I lack. It has been enough to serve her as an apprentice over the years, but banality has crept in, and I tire of a mere supporting role. I did everything asked of me, word for word, motion for motion, everything Mazeo had done mere hours before my own attempt. Instead, my body wilts. I can barely float from one room of the convalescent ward to the next. I have been summarily rejected, cast out by the will of this world. I will never spin threads of chronomantic-infused damask or create a masterpiece like the Dorat Fine, whatever. I will waste away, unremarkable and irrelevant. Little brother, elder sister, if you read this, perhaps you'll forgive my melodramatics in time. I am empty and spent. Something has been taken that I can never get back. Centuries chasing, preparing to finally stand at your side. Sister, among the ascended before us, for it to collapse away beneath me. I cannot bear it. Cannot focus on the combat. By the way, I'm just gonna stop reading here. I want to see. Can we do the CCs? So what will you? First of all, there you go. See how much CC this does? I casted the golem. So now this one goes for some CC, and then if we innovate right away, see how the bar goes away, and now we can do deal more damage. It's good. It's good. So I just wanted to show some of the combat we were talking about earlier. Anyway, back to this. Mazeo left Castora this morning. He woke early and carried me to the coast to watch the sunrise. We sang for a time and spoke for longer. The conflict with the Mersad has grown beyond small skirmishes. At least, that is what we're told. The outpost is to be abandoned in the coming years to protect and preserve its secrets, and if the healer's assessments are to be believed, my condition will overtake me before the last portal closes. Mazeo said he plans to return before then and see me one final time. I hope he means it. War breeds nothing, if not uncertainty. Melior will remain here for now. She has received a directive of transfer to the bastions of Stellis Gore to help with plans for the siege of Apavim, but she has been allowed to delay for my sake, to make sure I am cared for in my final years. After the grief we've given one another, I wouldn't have blamed her for accepting her new role and moving on. And yet, here she is at my side. There you go. Very tragic story, it seems. So, we've already done this audio log. No reason to trigger it once again. Let's interact with... Nah, let's not do Isgaren just yet. I know there's at least one more lore text to this side, which I want to read to you. Once again, for whatever reason, guarded by plenty of enemies. That's a weathered scroll. Guest dossier. Zepho the Dream Spinner. Name Zepho. Title The Dream Spinner. Role Diviner, Astronomer, Diplomatic Emissary of the Jotun. This is about the Jotun. Stellar was so one of the former 5 major races. Seers, Jotun, Mersat, Dwarves, and the Forgotten. Stellar whist hobbies. Stellar whist, baking, and percussion music. I don't know what whist is. I don't know what whist is. I want to Google it real quick. Whist. It's apparently a card game? Is that a classic English trick-taking card game that was widely played in the 18th and 19th centuries? Although the rules are simple, there is a scope for strategic play. Interesting. Interesting. Of the Doyen's invites, Zepho is the youngest, though of middle age among his own. A Percy giant draped in flowing garments, Zepho carries a certain calm and warmth that most find disarming. He is a shrewd choice for the Doyen, given Gruna's invitation. Of course, his tempered demeanor also serves his work as a diviner and astronomer. There is a level of emotional and arcane equilibrium required to wield the kind of divining magics the Jotun use for astral card readings, as well as their charting of terrestrial and celestial events. And Zepho has some mastery over these practices. Risks. While I do not dismiss the practice of divination and its interpretations out of hand, those prone to superstition or paranoia may sometimes fall prey to even the vaguest and varied foresight of what they believe has yet to come. There is danger in that, but it would be unfair to describe Zepho's practice of these crafts as ill-intended. Some responsible Jotun warn that the future is not fixed, and that they simply explore the winding rivers and smaller streams of potentiality. Still, for this visit, I would recommend that Zepho be asked to refrain from any divining demonstration. So divining is it a Jotun practice? I'll also look to the side just to look at what Doyen means, actually, if they have a separate page for it there. But it might be that we just eventually learn that in this expansion, maybe. But no, they just use it as a title. It is not capitalized. So trivia, and the trivia is listed under Sidoni, actually, who is a seer with whom we actually interact with. What the fuck? Not in Straits of Devastation, and they must have updated his model if he was available before Secrets of the Obscure, but perhaps not. Perhaps they actually placed him into the map later on. Okay, interesting. Anyway, according to the trivia on his wiki page, a Doyen is the senior ambassador by length of service in a particular country, or simply a senior member of a group, particularly one whose knowledge or abilities exceed those of other members. So it is a very generic term, applied very specifically to the seers. A new word we've all learned today, Doyen. Must be very archaic. I will never use it productively, I guess. There are more scrolls over here, but let's talk to Isgarin. It would be rude to ignore him, I guess. Maybe? Yeah, let's talk to him.
Isgarin, been looking for you.
Oh, we found it. Yeah.
I would welcome some assistance.
I found him, finally. We're at the entrance to the temple. Such might!
The other two are off on some nonsense. But I'll be there soon.
We've been gone for a while. There's a lot we need to discuss.
There will be time for that. But I'm on the trail of something, so discussion will have to be tabled for now.
Oh, you little. There's an instance. Anyway. There are more dossiers. I don't quite know how to very correctly pronounce that. Guest dossier. Gruna Waylet. Gruna Waylet, chief pathfinder and head of Clan Way, diplomatic emissary of Deldrimor, so a dwarf, hobbies lay riding, boxing, and cider brewing. Note, Gruna of the Waylet family is as bemusing as she is frustrating. For people whose individuals only know the experience of a couple hundred years before their passing, I am impressed by what they're capable of in a lifetime. While the modestly sized clan Way of the Deldrimor dwarves isn't as far traveled as the Brinehewn of the Great Turtle Spine or the Gildriff of the Eastern Dawnseer range, they have mapped no small amount of the Tyrian continent's subterranean leyline network. Gruna is no exception. Her clan's maps have been a reliable tool for tracking the migration patterns of the dragons and their minions, as they are drawn to large pools of currents of leyline magic. Gruna is, and I take no pleasure in expressing this, taxingly blunt. At least by my standards, one might see Gruna's candor and attribute as having a certain strategic value. She speaks plainly, where many of us would not, goading reactions and extracting hidden agendas. My express concern would be whether her form of sincerity would be ideal for this more delicate affair. Still, I believe there are some measures we can take to reduce the risk of a diplomatic incident. An achievement tracker. That's for an event, I guess. Guest dossier. Tris Alkesh. Tiers Alkesh. Note, Diane Sidoni has asked me to independently vet his guests for the upcoming tour and visit. So this is supposed to be the first one, I guess. The first dossier. A task I do not take lightly, given the sensitive nature of what we do in this corner of Castora. I expect they will respect and honor my assessments. Azo amuensis to Doyan Sidoni. Tursk Arkel Alkesh, Keeper of Threads. That is a very forgotten name, by the way. And yeah, indeed, they mention they're forgotten. Scribe and Record Keeper, Diplomatic Emissary of the Forgotten. We have yet to see non-branded or unbranded Forgotten in Guild Wars 2. Every other race has been represented from these elder races, including the first of the Jotun, as they appeared so many years ago. That, of course, being Dagda. A scribe and record keeper, diplomatic emissary of the Forgotten. Weaving tapestry, hobbies, weaving tapestries, storytelling, practicing illusory magic. I have observed many diplomatic summits where Terrace was present. They are a clever and fascinating individual, always with an anecdote or a verse of some foreign scripture to break the tension when tempers flare. As for their fate, Terrace tends to keep that part of their life mostly private. We don't know who exactly the Forgotten pray to, only that they are separated from the so-called gods they revere. Such beliefs are worthy of our scrutiny, but that's no reason to spurn Thuris's company and counsel. Risks. Keeper Alkesh enjoys a personal friendship with the Doyen and thus a certain level of trust. Other forgotten emissaries have expressed an, at times, pointed interest in learning how to harness and store greater quantities of magic. I do not believe that Terrace's own silence on the matter is an indication that their people have since discovered the means to do so on their own. But seeing as this rare visit to Castora will include a few rudimentary seminars on ley magic and how to harness it, it will be interesting to assess whether Keeper's interests and loyalties shift as a result. Good to know. Let's continue with the story in a first proper instance of this stream, full 2.5 hours into the stream, fumbling in the dark, and we are gonna race time here, apparently. Yeah, discover the mysteries of the Basilica. A lot of time.
Indeed. A sacred temple of my people built in better times. No outsider has ever set foot within before now.
Don't think that's true. We didn't get here first.
Then let's get inside and get some answers before it's too late.
There is an achievement for not tripping traps or whatever it is, but
behind to guard the place.
I already got that, so I can merrily ignore it. And here, if we want to be fast, we should probably apply.
Unlikely to be the last resistance we face. Let's get moving while we have a window.
Some of what we learned, right?
So it appears the defenses are still active.
Oh.
Not at full strength, clearly. We would not have survived.
How lucky. Best we move carefully then.
Oh yeah, and I am interested in the texts, but I think we can retrace our steps actually.
More of them. They
Read them
swarm like
later.
flies on a corpse.
I don't want to spend too much time in the Shroud though, even though it's potentially some of the best stuff we can do for damage and stuff. It also mutes dialogue very much, and that's not good for a story playthrough, right? So I'll try to use it whenever I don't expect dialogue to trigger. Here, also I need to remind myself how to cast F skills, apparently.
Let's keep moving. Hopefully there will be answers further in.
I fear you will be disappointed.
This is more than a token force. Something of value must still be here.
I need energy.
Okay, that was a quick fight.
Tombs. I didn't expect to find these inside a temple.
Some deaths have more spiritual significance than others.
Okay, let's see how much time we got. Okay, that's it. We just do a Alright.
The inscription is too worn to be legible.
Right. Which one does it give us the swiftness? Is it the fifth one? Yeah. We can use it for some movement speed. Tomb inscription. The inscription on the tomb has been worn away.
Lost in the rite of Dividium Nava. Fallen on the doorstep of divinity.
More defenses? How did the Inquest not set them off already?
Power flows to the weapon through the ritual relics. They must be disrupted.
My bad. Ow. Ouchie. Okay, engage the guy. Yeah. That's what you do there. Luckily, we weren't stripped of any achievement progress or anything. I wanted to read this. Oh my god, it's gonna block my view for the rest of the fight. Come here then. Punk bitch! Oh. Okay, CC, right? So, once again, 3, 5 over here, and 5 over on staff. Then as soon as we get at least some... Ugh, shit. Well, we got stripped of Shroud very quickly. I'm gonna show you my down skills, I guess. Isgarin is coming to our rescue. So once again, let's try for the CC. There we go. Much better. Oh, sorry, 4 is actually CC on the Warhorn. There. That's good. Okay. Oh, yeah, we wanted to explode our minions from our life force. And then staff gives a lot of life force via skill 1. We did say skill 2 is spammable. Skill 3, I believe, also kind of spammable. Am I mistaken? There is some light CC on it. Okay, re-summon minions, and now we can finally summon our spirits. Well, we could have a while ago, but once again, try to CC as quickly as possible. What is this shield? I don't know. Can I strip it somehow? Once again, explode our minions. Get some more Shroud. Keep casting F skills. That should do it.
Getting pretty tired of the surprises.
This ritual, it's what you used for the wizard's cord, isn't it?
The rite I performed with my fellow wizards is a more subdued, precise version. But they are similar, yes.
And this Ancora it mentions. You know what that is too, don't you? Where it is, I'm sure.
It is the staff that the rite requires, an object of immeasurable power. And no, I have not located it yet.
You knew this is what they were after this whole time. We've been fumbling in the dark while you kept this to yourself.
I did not know. I merely suspected. But if they are not seeking it, then better that no one else know of it either.
Have you forgotten Mabon's words already? From now on, if you want to be part of this, you give us the entire truth.
Surely we can at least save such ruminations for when we return to a safer location?
Good. Tomb Runner actually happened for us. That completes fumbling in the dark. There is optional dialogue. Obviously, we will read the text we have had on the screen for a while first. The inscription on the tomb has been worn away by time, but a few segments remain legible. For those honored souls lost in the rite of Divitium Nava, fallen on the doorstep of divinity, blessed Ancora that lifts, they have fallen that we might ascend. I cannot make out anything else. Okay. So we're learning of a staff. Ridlock, what you got? It's lucky for him that you're here. I'm not as diplomatic as you are. And what would you do to the fucking seer, man? What's our next move?
Next, we get back to camp and ring Isgarin for every bit of info we can get. This Ancora is clearly essential to performing the rite, so we need to find it first. Once we have it, we'll have all the leverage and we can make things happen on our terms. We can decide on the specifics later, once we know more. No reason to rush those decisions.
What do you make of all of this?
It seems like we found an answer, but bigger questions along with it. It appears that Vlox is seeking to ascend like the Seers did, but we still don't really know why. Power is a means to an end, not an end itself. All we really know about his actual goals is what he's told you. I think he's telling you the truth, but implementing a noble vision is always where it falls apart. Maybe we can steer him away from disaster still. Maybe even bring down the inquest in the process.
Uh-huh. Hi there, Luna. Noticed you jumped into chat just now. I'm doing fine. How are you? In the middle of a story playthrough, so I might not communicate as engagedly as I would like to with all of my chatters, which is currently just you. I thought Isgarin had an optional dialogue too, but apparently not. Okay, that seems to be all. Let's find the other texts. Inquest journal. Oh shit, we should probably read these in order, right? So once again, let's just cast some
faster
skill 5s for swiftness, where we cannot. Ooh, we triggered traps. There is an achievement for not triggering traps, I believe, as well. So keep in mind, keep an eye out. What do you mean? How far? To Vision, all the way to Visions of Eternity. I've streamed like the past 4 expansions or something. In terms of story, and then I had like a side project for this thing as well. I'm pretty sure you can trigger these traps, you just cannot fall prey to them, you know, cannot be damaged by this. Otherwise it's fine to walk through. Let's find the documents. They're not hard to find, they are pretty much on the way. So right now, currently, I'm doing a Doom playthrough as well, trying to do a challenge run there. It's the classic Doom games, and that's pretty much all I play on stream. And in general, I must admit, unfortunately. Yeah, I don't know how you would pick up this journal without triggering these traps, right? The thing is, don't get caught in them. Freebooter's journal. This is what makes it difficult. What the fuck? Well, thank you for this. I can actually take those journals and oh yeah, there's the split away from your body mechanic, your soul split away from your body. But we can, that's quite the innovation for this, for these later expansions. You can take the journal with you and walk away from the place where you picked them up. I am from the Czech Republic. I'm from the Czech Republic. Freebooters journal. This is it. This is the job we've been waiting for. Instead of stealing coconuts and driftwood from those hull gardeners, we're finally going after a real treasure. All of this time being stranded will be worth something, and I'll be headed back to the mainland with a fortune. And these cowardly inquests are letting us lead the way. Sure, we'll get them their artifacts after we've loaded down our bags with the best of the loot. This is going to be my biggest payday ever. Poor idiots. But yeah, pretty much what Draga mentioned as well, right? They had some scapegoats, or what do you call them? Canaries, I'd say. The next Inquest journal is here. Oh, this is an Inquest journal. Those were freebooter journals. So I'm guessing we passed some dead bodies of the freebooters, but there are dead Inquest here as well. Another wave of them enter, and the screams continue. Horrible, pitiful screams echoing off of every wall. And yet more of those freebooters go in, chasing the promise of treasure that Kuda dangles in front of them. What greed could power them through it? The lucky ones are killed instantly, impaled on spikes or atomized by ancient magic. The unlucky die slowly over hours, wailing in the dark, begging for rescue that will never come, praying for death, while it toys with them like a cat. We do our best to ignore the sounds, knowing that if the freebooters fail, it will undoubtedly be us crying helplessly into the uncaring void. Alchemy, what am I doing here? I just wanted to be able to pursue my research without the council and the colleges impeding me at every step. And even now, in the mouth of the abyss, I hate them still. In my first year with the Inquest, I accomplished more than a decade working within their system. So yes, I hate them all for making I hate them all. No, sorry, I hate all the more. Reset. So yes, I hate them all the more for not leaving me any choice, for making the Inquest the better option. I cling to one foolish hope. The director doesn't approve of Kuda's methods, and her crew speak of it often. Maybe he doesn't know the conditions we're being subjected to. Perhaps if I can find some way to inform him, something I can still be done. But more likely, my time will soon be up. We must be getting close to something big here, because they wouldn't left so many impediments if they weren't defending something important. The others expressed their doubts, but I've instructed them to press on. It won't be long now. And yeah, before we leave the last of the journals, I don't remember what the achievement's name is. Collect 0 ritual relics. That's a different bit. Path of Divinity beneath the canopy. Fumbling in the dark. Ruins of the old world. Uncover guarded secrets. That's just the story thing. Read all the journals in the Basilica Crypt. Yep, there's just 3 Inquest journals. So this is the last one, and it simply reads, I hate it here. I'm going back to Ratasum at the first opportunity. And you wonder whether this Asura made it. So, anyway, we can move on from this instance. We can move on.
Lux, if you can hear me, I know about Ancora.
You're a quick study, Commander.
Are you planning to empower yourself like the Seers did?
In the short term, but not forever. I've no desire for power or legacy. It's enough that I do good, even if I'm forgotten.
And what would you do with that power?
I can't know exactly what the optimal strategy will be yet. The right will give me insight beyond what I have now, and I will adjust my plans accordingly. But my goals will remain unchanged. I'm going to return control of Tyria's future to her people. The next generation of those like you.
I can't let anyone use Ancora, Lux. I've seen what power like this does to people. It's too dangerous. I need you to trust me. We will find a better way. We can keep Tyria safe together.
Very well. If that's how you see it, we will speak again soon.
Yeah, once again, there's a little bit of a disconnect of me from our character. I mean, last time it was, I've had this gripe ever since Peta, especially with Peta. It was ridiculous. But we were so quick to trust that demon that was in our head, of all places. And right now we're fucking babbling about, like, Isgarin, very, I don't want to say wisely, but he did have his reasons for not alerting anyone of Ancora's existence, right? And here is our commander babbling about that staff to Vlox based on a single goddamn hint that they were after something in that crypt. Without knowing it was necessarily about Ancora, and he's dropping hints that it exists to him. If we don't know whether Vlox is an enemy or a friend yet. So once again, we're so quick to trust or whatever, and our fucking character doesn't get called out on it. And it never really pays for that trust at all, so far at least. We'll see how this expansion pans out. So I obviously know how the current story ends, but we'll see what happens next in terms of working or not working with or against Vlogs. And but so far, you know, like, he's in quest. We shouldn't trust this guy. Shouldn't, you know. Never pays to trust someone who goes to heinous lengths. Tries to do good by whatever means, right? Anyway, that's where my head is at this point in the story. I will use the waypoint. I will not travel across the map, even though we do still need some of those hero challenges to finish. Completing a Ritualist, we should be on the lookout for more hero challenge points. But for now, we're talking to Isgarin. Now, I know a little bit about what's coming next. So first of all, we are on the path of divinity in the story. That's our story step at the moment. The path of divinity still has some achievements for us. That's find Creation 5 and Creation 7 in Starlit Weld after being freed. Interesting. Okay, so we are supposed to find Creation 5 Creation after being freed. And then we are supposed to avoid all of the golems homing barrage missiles. Okay, so that's a combat related achievement. We only need one in order to finish Visions of Eternity Act 2 Mastery. Only one of these. So, and this one is open world. I'm guessing this one is actually after we finish the story, because well, what's Creation 5 and Creation 7? I think this should be hidden. These achievements should be hidden, I think. But I'll just make sure we're not missing anything as well, right? So the achievement category is called Visions of Eternity Act 2. Good to know. I'm just gonna look for any hidden achievements. I think we looked last time. Yeah, there's really not anything that we would be missing. And I'm just gonna open a fresh start on life. Can only be done by a character that has finished the story mission. Good. I don't want to know where they are. We'll try to find them on our own. If we manage to finish this on stream, which we have some 40 minutes to do it. Maybe more. Maybe more. Okay, so again, I've played the story before. I know what's about to come. Typically, on your first playthrough, when you talk to Isgarin, he wants you to finish a collection that has to do with some seer artifacts here. Basically run around the map. We are very likely going to skip it. In fact, we are most certainly going to skip it because we've already got that collection, and the way collections work in Guild Wars 2, they cannot be repeated. So they'll skip this step, and we'll see how incorporated into the story that is, actually.
Should have told us at the start. I need answers, Iskarin. Now.
I thought Castora to be impenetrable to the Inquest. Their goals futile. But this director is smarter than I anticipated. If he seeks Ancora, if he understands what it is and what it does, I dampen the memories of my wizards to ensure that they are of unbiased mind when they obtain that power. Vlox would keep his. And this version of the rite is raw. It is how I ascended. It does not belong in the hands of a fanatic.
Then we need to find it before he does. You're a seer. Where's the staff kept?
I don't know. Entire eras have come and gone since I was last here.
Fine. If the Inquest pushed this far into the forest, we know it's somewhere here or deeper inside. I'll check with PTM, too. He might know if they've found anything.
There you go. It might actually be PTM first, who gives us a hint of how to start this collection or whatever. Either way, it will come. And I'll try to at least read descriptions of those artifacts or whatever.
PTM, have there been any updates on whether Vlox has found whatever it is he's looking for?
Most objectives are still listed as open, although a handful now say empty. We have not located the object. Perhaps the archaeological sites could provide more information for your search, Commander. Digging is a fun activity. Limitless potential for discovery.
Thanks, PTM. I'll do that.
So yeah, we're going and there you go. That was the step. So if I can only remember what the collection was. And I wonder if it's here as well. Crypt Keeper, digging for knowledge. Oh, there you go. And so it's digging for knowledge. It's this one, isn't it? Yeah, it's this one. So as you do that, you dig for this these artifacts, and it is very mandatory to do this collection. I think that was ArenaNet's attempt at tutorializing this function of Guild Wars 2. Finally, after all these expansions. But yeah, so we find some Melissa's notes on promising excavation sites. Melissa's map is annotated with circled areas and hastily scribbled hypotheses, along with a request in the margin. Take detailed notes before a collection. Artifacts are meaningless without context. Actually, this is probably the step before. So this is a collection we did for the one at the... Well, maybe it is this step. Maybe it is this step. So you find a ritual tool, and this is what triggers it. So yeah, we talked to Melissa at the excavation site, and then we find the ritual tool, a small ornate rod with a white head. It looks a bit like a kitchen implement, and it may have been used to stir ritual components. And down there is a hint where to find it, and we did, for the most part, search for it by the hints when we were playing with my partner. A broken totem. This carved stone totem's lower half has been broken off, but the extant piece seems to signify a star. Muddy plate. This seems like it may just be an ordinary dinner plate, which is still a useful part of the historical record. Ritual bowl, for whatever reason looks like a scale. This bowl was made into a shaped tool, too unusual to have been used for food, though what precise purpose it served is a mystery. A worn seer coin. This unusually large coin features a seer face on one side and a staff and a star on the other. How much was it worth in their society? Ruined baggage. You can directly ask Isgarin for this one, I guess. Ruined baggage. It's hard to visualize the seers carrying around luggage, but everyone needs to move things at some point. Decayed clothes remnants. These clothes fragments haven't fared well against the passage of time, and they have to be held very carefully to prevent further damage. Corroded weapon. It appears to be a large mace with a heavily corroded head, but whatever it was practical or whether it was practical or ceremonial isn't readily apparent. Faded grimoire. Most of the contents of this heavily bound tome have faded beyond legibility. It will take a very skilled historian to recover any information from it. And last but not least, faintly glowing stone. This stone hums lightly with residual magic, but too little is left to determine whether it's faded shadow stone or something else. So that's things we could find in Starlit Weald. Unfortunately, there's still things we could have found in the other map. We'll see where that one is. I'm guessing it would be. We can go by the chapter description. Path of Divinity, right? Is it the doorstep of divinity? I'm guessing. Your notes document that what you know about Castora, the Seers, and Ancora. Putting it all together illuminates promising locations to discover more secrets. So Castoran magic sample. The lane magic of Castora seems to have been pivotal to amplifying the Seer's own magic. The shrine this sample was collected from sits on a particularly potent nexus. Inner Shadowstone shard. Shadowstone allowed Seers to amass reserves of magic to perform great incantations even beyond the elevated capabilities of the ancients, though its power has long since reigned. Arcane spell rune sketch. A hand-drawn copy of a Seer spell rune's intricate design. Perhaps Isgaran can describe its significance. Seer Astrolabe, a complex network of metal plates and engraving, points to usage beyond charting celestial bodies. It likely also calculated the ebb and flow of magic for optimal periods to cast laborious spells. Gold ceremonial platter, a simple but elegant dish for spell components and offerings. Time and the elements have dulled its grandeur, but the quality of metal and craftsmanship is nevertheless impeccable. Ancient tome, inscriptions upon the pages are not in a language familiar to you, but it's clear by its uncanny state of preservation and hum of magic that this tome contains powerful spells. Ineffable spell rune sketch, a serviceable reproduction of a Seer spell rune found etched in the ground. For the rune to have persisted for so long, it must have been for a very powerful spell. Misplaced research logbox. An underling's report to Kuda details recent excavation progress and delays caused by provocation of the forest seneschal. Based on the logbox, where the logbox ended up, Kuda found this update unacceptable. So it's out of sight and out of mind beneath the Inquest command complex. Guess in some hole somewhere. Weathered stone tablet. The archaic enigmatic writing appears to be a hagiography of three powerful spellbinders who sacrificed themselves for Ancora, now at rest in catacombs beneath the lost basilica. Crumbling scroll, barely legible within the curls of this delicate vellum, is a meticulous catalogue of relics. Opening the scroll further risks irreparable damage, but one record can be clearly read. Mulmund. vial of whispering water. The mystical liquid within the vial shimmers and shifts in the twilight mirage. Seers undoubtedly visited this restorative font to replenish depleted reserves of magic. And last but not least, Murmuring Spell Rune Sketch, a linework reproduction of a seer spell rune, although this drawing does not depict the disquieting effect the magic emits. These runes, I think these get mentioned in the dialogue that's about to follow, so...
They're turning this place into an antiquary's haven. The culture of my people plundered and turned to profit.
The Seneschal is giving them a heck of a time, at least. We should thank it for holding them off this long.
Such a crude fate. Stuck protecting this place until Sidon's shackles fall. He only sought self-preservation. Don't let my ire distract. Did you locate anything else of note?
Found some runes. When I touched them, I saw images. Felt a little warm, too. Probably active magic.
Runes? Where were they?
Embedded into rocks. Or maybe they were shrines. Spread out across the coast and forest. I found 3.
Describe them to me.
See, very specifically out of the things we found, it's the runes. And I don't quite remember whether we have actually some live commentary when we initially touched the runes. It is possible that our character actually comments on those, and that we have some additional dialogue when touching them. Unfortunately, we cannot replicate this, lest we would play on a new account. Not much I can do about that at this point. I'm not gonna buy a second copy of Visions of Eternity to show you that, especially because nobody's watching. Even Luna Phillips, the bot who clearly came here to just sell me overlays, is gone as well. Anyway, Isgarin, describe the runes that you encountered, Wayfinder. What did you feel when you approached them? One was in a flooded coastal cave. It held a subdued but immense power.
Scudo, the shield. Every trap, weapon, and threat that reacts to our presence is powered by that rune. Even the fog that surrounds this island.
Another was high on a ledge to the north. Its magic was overwhelming.
That would be Falta. It refers to those who have not been granted permission to enter these grounds.
One was hidden. One was in a hidden grotto east of here. I thought I heard a voice when I touched it.
Santuro, the sacred place. It is in reference not only to the island, but to the sacred ritual grounds. While the threats we faced have been immense, they will only get worse the farther we travel inland.
Sorry, I just have to comment on how the fucking Asura dropped from the sky into this spot. That was quite something.
These are binding runes. Each represents a different facet of a very immense spell. These images that you saw, did they evoke anything?
Reminded me of that plaza. I was there earlier, trying to find you.
The plaza? Yes, of course. If I can locate the hook. Perhaps I can channel a seeking spell.
Meaning?
You need to get us to the plaza.
I need to get us to the... What do you mean? Do I need to carry you like you was a baby? Right. I do want to pick up some hero challenges. Come on. we can't leave the story without being fully ritualist, right? Or at least having the last of the traits. Now we cannot pick the one south of us. You clearly need a stronger. You clearly need your skimmer to be able to ride ley lines, which my partner does not have such an ability. There's a bunch of pineapple cacti guys. It's a Choya conclave. By the way, a village I have not discovered yet with my girlfriend previously, so we will have yet to come here if she ever wants to explore with me, just like that. And then yeah, there seems to be a hero challenge directly below us. That should be easy to get. Oh, what the fuck? What the fuck? I'm gonna attempt it again, just to make sure no funky business is going on over here. Yeah, you can reach it. A raging waterfall fuels the life-giving waters that course through Castora. The kinetic energy fills you with determination. Commune with this place of power. Yeah, it fills me with determination. Don't know if that's a meaningful reference to why am I blanking on the name? Undertale. Jesus. So yeah, this is our final trait we want. And here you can pick and choose whatever trait you want. Technically, you know, because we're running the build that Meta Battle recommended, we can keep it like this, and we don't necessarily need other hero challenges, but I am gonna try to unlock it all just to read it out to you, and you can make informed decisions of how you're gonna run your ritualist. So this strange pineapple plant moves and twitches occasionally. Perhaps a newborn Choya might emerge one day. Commune with this place of power. It is a place of power, apparently, as well. Well, there you go. Anyway, so that's something that further allows us to train, but not necessarily, because skills, of course, cost 15 points, and then another, am I counting it right? 25?
Hey, Wayfinder, you can
Yeah,
handle a skimmer,
another
right?
25
I got assigned to collect
for a
magic
goddamn
samples out
elite
here,
skill.
And I'm in over my head. Any you could grab for me would be a big help.
There's a hero challenge, but I think this one we cannot very easily grab without the masteries, which is unfortunate. But again, we've been able to pick up this many, so my girlfriend is set for this achievement. You know what? I'm just gonna pick them, pick those hero challenges up, regardless of whether we can get there with my girlfriend, because I just wanna get those skills. You know what? Maybe not. Maybe not. You know what? I don't want to spoil myself on the description of the hero challenges either. So I'm gonna leave it alone. But I'm gonna lead you. I'm gonna read you the description of the skills from the panel. Is that a fair trade-off? Hopefully it is. So the next utility skill we would unlock is Weapon of Warding. This weapon spell blocks attacks, and gain protection when the last stack is removed. Grant fewer stacks of this to nearby allies. This one is interesting. This one actually wards your weapons, but functions more in terms of a sort of enchantment. In that it protects you, and it is actually up to the enemy to attack you, not the other way around. to strip these stacks and trigger a secondary effect. So interesting. It does provide some regen and some protection as well. And it is a stun break, which I don't know if the other skills were, and I never described it on any of the other skills. It's good to consider it. I mean, it's not DPS, so that's a bit of a problem. Makes for an awkward skill to have in your kit. But yeah, in my opinion, unfortunately, meta battle often de-emphasizes stun breaks in their builds for open world. I do recommend having some if you're not an experienced player, most definitely. Being able to break out a stun is an important thing, and sometimes I miss it on builds I'm running as well. And it might be worthwhile to perhaps, instead of one of these weapons, perhaps find or perhaps instead of those minions. I mean, the minions are a good source of life force, but you've seen we don't generally struggle with life force generation, so might consider switching out one of these utility skills for a stun break. Whatever it might be. It doesn't have to be this new skill, the weapon of warding. It can be whatever else you've got in your kit. Unfortunately, I don't see a lot of stun breaks. This one is, for example, spectral armor, and that one is also a very defensive skill. You can utilize spectral walk. It's not bad to load up into your skit. Probably not the plague signet, I'll be honest. Transferring conditions doesn't do much on this kit, and it's pretty much it. There's a field as well if you struggle for combos as well, if you would like to make more combos. Also, it grants might, but you have my generation on this build, which is why this is probably not a recommended pick. Anyway, we're gonna shorten our journey now then, and also we'll read the elite skill, and then we'll go into hopefully the last instance of the stream and wrap this story up on finally. So Zinra's weapon spell: when you take damage over a percentage of your maximum health, heal for the difference, then steal life from that foe. Grant fewer stacks of this to nearby allies and break them of stuns. Hold on, my brain just farted. I don't know what I've read. So trigger health threshold: when you take damage over a percentage of your maximum health. So if we get damage for more than 15% of our health, we will still heal. We will still steal health. No, we will straightforwardly heal for that difference. Okay, this is too mathy. I will be honest with you. Then we will additionally steal life. So this is very sustain driven elite. Very supporty as well. And it gives stab, which is not mentioned. And it also is a stun break. One of the rare stun breaks here. So yeah, that's what you can slot instead of the golem. I agree, the golem is just easier to use, I would guess. Anyway, Isgarin, what you got for us? My man, my brother. It is an instance, good. The last instance of our, I think.
So what are we doing here?
Of our story.
When someone casts a spell that requires multiple binding runes, it demands a lot of the caster. That essence clings to the air. If I can grab hold of the point where the spell was originally cast, we may be able to witness when the runes were conjured. Let me concentrate. It'll make more sense if I can show you.
Yeah, actually, this makes sense.
I hear it.
Already.
Come, we find it.
Can we give you swiftness as well? Not necessarily, can we? Cute! Ah!
Oh. It's you.
You are ignorant.
Am I to leave all who turn to us for help to crumble? We already abandoned the Basat to battle Zaitan alone.
The Coden voice was not going to die. She was simply not ready to wield the power that stood before her. So you gifted her ours. What logic guided you toward that choice?
I saved her soul from Coda's claws.
You mutilated our power to your will. You turned the right of divinity into a parlor trick. You betrayed us, Iskarin, and this is but the peak of your ever-building sedition. Time and time again, you chose yourself. Especially now, as the Masat seek our blood. I cannot allow your negligence to flourish as war rages against us.
Sidony, listen to reason. I have never stepped against you.
You are too great a risk and must be struck from this place. You are not of my flock any longer.
You need me!
You are banished, Iskarin. Exiled from our people. No home, no belonging, no asylum. My Seneschal will attack you. Your mind will fail you. If you touch Ancora again, your flesh will burn. Leave. Scudo, Falta, Santuro.
Very Italian sounding runes. So yeah, what we witnessed was very personal for Isgarin. We thought we're looking at some generic, seer ruins. It seems like he's got genuine history with this place and with the people here. Also, what they mentioned there, and this is a little bit of a context for the likes of my partner, for example. They are referencing elevating a Coden, a voice. I think it's a voice, right? That's a character named. God damn it! What's her name? I'm blanking. Something Sorrow, whatever. It's a character from technically Gentil Wilds expansion, but going back to Secrets of the Obscure, where we are introduced to Isgarin for the first time, and where we speak of Sorrow many times, and then she appears in Gentile Wilds. So you can watch my streams. All this context is there as well. There you go. What's up? What was that?
I knew you were exiled, but he cursed you.
And he left all of this to punish and mock me. Am I so theatrical to you now, Wayfinder? From the fog that surrounds this place to every trap left behind, it is a stronghold built to keep me out. It simply proved effective at keeping everyone else away too. Until now.
That explains why you endured a 2-week stay on Saida's ship.
If I could fix any of this myself, I would have long ago.
Wait, he's moving.
We must abandon this place before war reaches our shores. It is time. Perhaps the tree.
Although fading, the final flickers of his essence drift southward.
Is that what the artifact is? Can you follow it?
I should be able.
Then let's go.
No, it wasn't the last instance. There are actually, we just need to sort of dip in and out of instances before we can wrap it up. By the way, Chibi Cross, hi, welcome to the chat. Welcome to the chat. Anyway, let's continue where the game navigates us to.
I mean, would you look at that? Reflecting the stars even when they ain't out. It ain't proper.
Nothing on this island's proper, Ashtar. Proper?
Well, surely some enterprising folks like us should be able to profit off this happenstance.
Yeah, I'm sure the captain will love the idea of filling the hold with pretty water for all the rich ladies in Prida.
As I'm saying, maybe we take a bottle or two with us and see what happens.
Yet again.
Damn, I just wanted to listen to the dialogue and I'm getting absolutely mauled by whatever pocket creatures are of this island. Anyway, just to answer the question in the chat as well, I've been playing for since the very launch, so it must be over 14 years now. It's not how long I've been streaming this game, but it's how long I've played it. Let's dip into the next instance then. I don't know why it's split like this. This surely could have been the same instance, no?
The vault should be near. Even though my senses are dulled, I can hear the low echo of Ancora's call.
Let's spread out and find a way in.
Yeah, last time I was here with my girlfriend, she found a lot of the clues herself. It is a long time, but it's also an MMO. I'm sure there are WoW players who've been playing their game for a lot longer, right? And some other games, RuneScapes, your EVE Onlines, your whatevers. What am I looking for again? Locate the entrance. We're supposed to locate the entrance. It was somewhere in the roots here. No, I don't stream daily. No. But then again, when I do stream, I tend to make it last, so I don't. Unfortunately, it's not something I can devote all of my time to, right? You see my viewership. My favorite snack while streaming. I don't really snack when I'm streaming. In fact, I'm typically streaming when I have fast days so that I can skip eating anything altogether. We're at the wrong tree. Aren't we? I don't know, the entrance, it's not this far, yeah. Wouldn't be this far east. It's by Ritlock, is it? No, this is the edge of the instance. There it is. There it is. Very obviously hidden, but...
I think I found the entrance.
When I'm not streaming, building Legos, playing more video games.
I didn't know the way, and yet there it is, nestled in my memory. How prosaic.
Nasty magic.
Indeed. Now, my people were as theatrical as they were pragmatic. By the looks of it, the door is sealed by a tiered balancing charm. To enter, we'll need to manually activate each tier to disengage the lock. The activation points shouldn't be too far. But since we don't have a Vault Keeper in our presence, you will need to activate them, Wayfinder. I worry what it might do if I tried.
I'll start looking.
We just talked about how these defensive measures are effective at keeping everyone else out. What do you mean? What might happen to you? What will happen to me? Bastard. Anyway, how long have I been streaming? I genuinely couldn't tell you. A bit longer than I've known my girlfriend. That's for sure. So over.
I felt that.
4 years now.
I think the Seers would reinforce their territory a little more securely, given everything they've left behind.
These defenses were always meant to be a temporary safeguard. Sidney hoped that he'd return should the Mersat fall, but he before they.
To their credit, only we've made it this far.
Indeed, not even the inquest. What? Remaining pressure plates found. 0 out of 2. Okay. Thought that was the last one. I'll be honest with you, I completely forgot Saida is part of this. There it is. There it is. There's the message. The graphic designer. Bye-bye. Jesus Christ, these people, man. It's so funny. I've got a record of how those conversations go. Exactly the same. Every single time they ask you, how long have you been playing? Is this thing your main game? How are you? Exactly the same. And they have the gall to tell you they're not a bot. You're not a bot. No, I know what you are. You are a intricate large language model or some shit. And if not, I urge you to take a good hard look at your life choices. Look at my viewership. Look at how many people I have on my stream. Do you think I have the money to throw around on graphic design? Do I look like I need it? Do I look like someone who gives a shit about these things? Get the fuck out of here. Get out of here. Anyway, it grinds my gears. And every time I hold the conversation with them, it's just being good faith about... Ooh, that was a pressure plate. Let's go. Let's finish this up. I want to wrap this story up.
Who knows what's waiting for us in there? Or do you, Iskarin?
I do not. But I echo your caution, Tribune. Follow me. And try not to touch anything unless I instruct you to.
There is an achievement for immediately touching the first thing you pass.
Reminds me of Alona. Thousands of years of secrets buried away in the sand.
When you've been in one ancient tomb, you've seen them all.
But it doesn't trigger any funny comment, so I'm not gonna do it.
You hanging in there?
This place is drenched in Sidenes' spite. I can sense his grimace through the veil.
Sure wanted to keep you out, huh?
I broke rules and was punished for it. I'm not undeserving by my people's standard, that is. I shouldn't interact with anything. You must search on my behalf. Please, use a delicate hand.
Sure thing.
Don't touch it, Wayfinder. Not unless you want all your vital fluids to evaporate in an instant.
Okay. What are we looking for?
It's the staff we're looking for. Right, Iskarin?
Yes.
There's a key. I don't know which one will trigger.
No mention of Davidium Nava.
Ancient archive?
A lot of scrolls in here. Wonder if the Astral Ward or Derman Priory could preserve them. I wonder if the Seers had any idea that their creations would cause so much strife.
They're actually giving me a progress bar. It shouldn't be. I shouldn't trigger the story accidentally.
Beautiful.
That's it. Okay. I was,
Probably not our artifact if it's just sitting out. Well, we're definitely in the right place, but we need to go farther inside.
An echo grows louder. Perhaps, yes, we must go deeper. This vault is sealed by Shadowstone. Ancient seer magic used to store immense power.
Like Bloodstone, yeah?
One inspired the other, so to say. But Shadowstone is far more powerful and more pure. Inert as it is now, the stone is useless. But my heritage serves our purpose. I can form the magic that the stone feeds on. Wayfinder, you'll need to collect the coalesced energy and deposit it in the stone. Even inert, it reaches for me. And it's ravenous.
Ravenous.
I will begin. Prepare yourselves.
Okay. Wait, hold on.
Arise, minion.
It's just a fight face. I just realized because we don't have those. Oh, we're supposed to bring it to the guy. I don't have my daily combos. So what was the field again? Luckily, I have a cheat sheet. Unluckily, doesn't really seem like we're triggering much of the combos by doing 3-1. Maybe we're gonna have more luck with. Well, hold on, we've got more finishers. So first of all, this should be a field. Yeah, that's a poison field. So we triggered this. Yeah, we triggered area weakness. So that was a combo, but it's very laborious. And for what it's worth, it seems to be a problem to trigger it off of just a projectile. I wonder why. Almost as if. Oh, there's a 20% chance of a projectile. What the hell? I completely overlooked it. But it is possible to trigger a combo off of this. Albeit a small chance. But here's your daily. Here's your daily done. Anyway, our main purpose here is to collect Shadowstone. Or magic into the Shadowstone, I'm sorry. That was a funky realization. I completely overlooked that description.
Proceed.
So we shall.
I'm no stranger to spelunking, but this one feels different. Is it colder in here?
We are likely the first living beings to enter this place in a millennium. The magic senses us. It's curious.
Oh, is that Sidony? They list them as unknown. Interesting. Oh, it's the staff.
This is it, isn't it?
Oh, that's the legendary.
It is revolted by my essence.
1 second. Take a good look at it. Take a good look at it. Take a good look at it. Ancora, okay? Ancora. So, I'm gonna tell you something. We did guild missions on Sunday. And a guildie mentioned there that there's a legendary weapon planned for this expansion. Now, he mentioned specifically a detail that it is both a staff and a spear. I don't know what he meant by that. I haven't looked into many materials about the game, but apparently there's like some combination of those two weapons that are going to be introduced into the game. And you look at the design of the Ancora, motherfucker. It's a spear on this end and a staff on this one. This is our next legendary. Take a good look at that design. This is what you're getting in your hand at some point in the future. Alright? I'm calling it. I'm calling it. This is your next legendary. I don't think that's a hard prediction to make, but I'm still making it. And I need to inform my guildies ASAP next Sunday on a guild mission, if I am on those guild missions. I will reveal this revelation.
Incredible.
Do you deserve this?
Does anyone else hear that?
Oh yeah, I do. Got a hell of a lot louder when you picked it up, too. I am not a fan.
Those who crafted Ancora sacrificed a piece of their essence to it. You are hearing all of them, all at once.
Sounds way too powerful to be tucked away on some island.
Sidney thought its destruction would mark our demise. Otherwise it would have been destroyed long ago.
Do you wish to ascend?
Let's go. No, we don't. No, don't do it. Don't do it, man.
What was that?
I don't know, but let's get eyes on whatever it was.
Ooh, we get to keep the... Do we get footfalls? Are those footfalls I'm seeing? Oh yeah, you get a preview what your legendary is going to look like. They did it once, by the way, in the game. At the end of Dragons, there is an instance where where your weapons get replaced with the Aurene. It is the Aurene legendary weapon equivalents. So you could see how they look when wielded by you. So I'm guessing this is the same. So this is very likely going to be the design of the new staff / spear legendary weapon. Fascinating. Ugh. Oh no.
You don't see the necessity of my path yet. But you will, Commander.
You're results-oriented. Always have been. That's fine. You'll come around. Seb, keep them occupied.
I'll handle it. Get out of here.
Take your time.
I love, okay, I have comments. Hopefully I won't forget them. I don't want to chat much when we...
Looks like you've got this under control.
Are you leaving already?
Yeah, just like you left me on that beach to be eaten by a crab.
Don't assume I need you, Kuda, because I don't. Stand down. I want to have my fun first.
I can cast a ward, but not much else. The explosion released... You must...
Ward against what? Like falling ceiling? What the hell are we doing? Anyway, so yeah, there's an achievement I kind of want to get, if at all possible. So yeah, I have some comments. I'm gonna refrain from talking about what just happened over here at this moment, because I want to focus on the fight at least. Ah! Shit! Those are the rockets! Oh my god, they're homing! And... Oof! Oof! Holy fuck. They can be outrun to an extent. Hold on, what are we doing? I'm sorry. I stopped focusing again. And, also...
Patience.
I don't know where the rockets are coming from. I feel like I need to have my dodges ready and not waste them over here. I'm playing very conservatively. Just jump this. Oh, I'm guessing that's the... Yep, that's our cue. Fuck. You know what? Ah, shit! I was on the right... Fuck you. Fuck this. Seriously. Those rockets cannot be very easily outrun. You know what I could have done? I could have warhorned this. I could have warhorned this, and I could have... Okay, well, whatever. We're just gonna get hit by whatever rockets after this. We're supposed to learn from the meta battle. It's not a hard fight otherwise, like, they barely do any damage. Oh, I'm so fucking... I knew the rockets are coming. My initial problem... Okay, they do hit for quite a bit, though.
It's not your turn.
I should avoid them, probably. Just... Okay, and you don't even have to...
Useless machine. I will end this myself.
Where are you?
Eyes on the raptors.
To my side.
What are these dodges? Ugh.
Eyes on the raptors. Faster.
I promise to utilize your innards in my
Yo, should I defeat these guys first? Incoming damage is heavily reduced. Okay. I wonder why is there no achievement for they say heavily reduced, but we still do some damage. Not a lot, I'll be honest with you. but we are supposed to fight the raptors first. What if we don't? Is there an achievement for that? I don't remember any such thing, but I don't really want to attack the innocent creatures. Although I am playing an evil character, at least in my head canon. Duke's evil, so once again I keep forgetting what each skill does, but at least I remember some of the principles. So yeah, we dip into Shroud, we want to cast 2, and then 2 again. Then F1 and 2 again. We can keep in the Shroud, that will keep us alive for a while. And see how much you sustain that Shroud. It's insane. You can just chill in Shroud forever. That is wild to me, I'll be honest with you. So, and we retraded, so we're not keeping that.
Eyes on the raptors.
We're very accidentally killing the raptors as well. But I guess we just stunned it. We'll get released in the wild after all.
Good job, you two.
What do we do with them?
Put them out of their misery.
No. We should free them. Seb's dead, so I don't know if they pose any danger now. And this is their home.
Override Seb's mind control protocol and release Creations 5 and 7 from his role.
You can go. Go.
Bye-bye, cuties. Well, well, well. So yeah, the player's instinct was completely and utterly correct. Vlox is a bastard, directly fighting us at the last moment. I'm gonna tell you something. Anka was a better Asura villain, like 1,000,000 times better. Let's see, what other villains were there? We haven't had any of the major races in the position of a villain for a while now. I mean, humans come and go very often. We don't have a lot of Norn villains, really. Sylvari villains are very absent. We've got some Char, but that's about it. So it is weird they're recycling an Asura so early, so soon after we've had End of Dragons, where Anka was a kick-ass villain. Vlox is just stupid. But I like the premise. Don't get me wrong, the execution is lacking. You know, I like the idea that he's an idealist and he wants to do good, or at least he claims to, and he just feels like he needs to be unshackled in order to do that. And you know,
Iskarin? Come on, I've seen you take worse.
My well-being is the least of our worries now.
Well, the annoying one is dead. We won a battle.
Yeah, but Vlox has the staff.
Let's get Iskarin out of here first. Then we can figure out what to do.
And yeah, we're apparently supposed to rendezvous with our allies. So there's going to be a little bit of an epilogue scene, and I assume before we can actually... or this is the exact time where you should be looking for a... Whoa. Didn't have that location visited yet, did we? Interesting. I'm guessing this is the exact time where you're supposed to look for the two raptors that you released into the wild. It does fall under Path of Divinity. I am so pissed about not getting the rockets, especially that I wasn't so quick. I was so slow about realizing that I do have swiftness I can cast up. After all, I have fucking Aegis as well. That should have protected me from it too, right? I've had a lot of defensive capabilities and I was too slow to realize any of them. Otherwise, this looked like a very easy achievement to do. A lot of the rockets, mind you, very skippable too.
The way this series' defenses move, not mindless, but calculating, alive.
Say, do you think...
What?
What if you and I caught one, and we asked it some questions?
I don't know that they understand
Faster.
the common tongue.
Eat that! My minion!
Interesting discussions. I just wanted to hang around for that. The meta is up again. Have we really been playing for so long? Yeah, it's almost 4 hours. This is insane. I should go to bed. I should go to bed. I should wrap up the story and go to bed instead of looking for some raptors. But unfortunately, my completionist attitude doesn't want to leave this stone unturned, so to speak, in terms of showcasing everything on stream, right? I did want to show you.
Commander, do you have a moment to indulge in
No, I really don't. It also doesn't seem to be part of the meta. I don't want anything to do with the meta, except for maybe tag it. I'll tag the enemy. Do some damage. Just spam some skills. I know. We just did a whole tirade about how you don't spam. Don't spam this stuff. And I'm spamming, but
Leave now.
that is Guild Wars 2 for you. That is Guild Wars 2 in a nutshell. Anyway, I'm gonna look around here. I feel like the raptors wouldn't have gone far, but the other thing is this doesn't really feel like a very natural habitat for the raptors. Oh, there they are! That didn't take long. Good stuff. Oh, they have eggs! Holy shit! They're looking over a nest. There's gonna be more tech raptors there. Are they a pair? Are they like a girl and a boy? In our very archaic understanding of gender or sex. Were they able to reproduce? Is that their eggs? Aww. Aww. We can pet them. So there you go. The mastery's done. That's nice, at the very least. Is there anything else? We just did weeklies. Fuck, I don't recall. What were we picking up? Oh yeah, Black Line salvage kits. I'll take one. And then one weekly, which puts us over the cap again. So I'll take another Black Line salvage kit. I'm definitely picking them up with more speed than I'm able to consume them. Which is... damn. Also, a relic we don't really need, but we do need to unlock their stats. We're only missing one relic, which is awesome. From this collection at the very least. I don't know if there are more. Anyway, let's cut this short. I need to go to bed. I'm very glad I did at least one of these achievements. Again, the rockets. You at least know what to expect there. I know what to expect. That's a bonus too. That's a plus. Let's wrap it up. Let's wrap it up. All I needed to do was cast 5.
Time to figure out our next
Warhorn.
steps.
Allow me to set the stage. We've got an idealistic genius with menacing but vague aspirations on the run. Oh, and he's Inquest. And now he has a staff that will grant him potentially limitless power, and grant others the same. Have I missed anything?
That's about it, yeah. And we still don't know what he wants to do with it all.
At least you killed the snarly one. Seb, was it? The patrons of Pub Canuck have had a lot to say about him.
If Vox could perform the rite with just the staff, he'd have done it already. What else does he need?
Deeper in the island, there is a well of immense power. It is where Ancora was crafted, and where our rituals were performed. He must take Ancora to those grounds first, if he wishes to perform the rite.
Think he knows how? Can an Unseer pull it off?
It would not be an easy feat, but it is not impossible. And he has proven his cunning at every turn. The Cryptists were driven by gluttony and revenge. The Titans by instinct. We don't know what drives Phlox. And now he wields one of the most dangerous conduits in Tyria. And we don't know what he seeks to do with it. He is a very real threat to us, and all of our people. Now we must stop him before his aspirations turn it all to ash.
Before I say anything else, I must thank you for disposing of Seb for me. In the end, his cruelty far outweighed his usefulness. He will not be missed. I regret that things have gone this way, Commander. You deserve better. But circumstances have dictated my choices for me.
You need to stop this, Vox. Well, there's still time.
That there is still time is exactly why I must continue. The future of our world is at stake. Tyria has survived a dozen crises because of you. We may not survive the
Chór
next
pryč a nikdy se to už neukazuje. Rozumíš?
I'm still not your enemy. I hope you will see that soon enough. But for now, I must continue onward, regardless.
You don't have to do this, Vox.
I do, Commander. Someone must. And no one else will.
Dog. Like, on the other hand, like, what is this weak? What is this weak attempts at convincing the guy? Like, he's obviously has his mind set up. You don't know what he's after. How are you trying to talk him out of it? You dumbass. Shouldn't you be like more inquisitive about what his motivations are and maybe try to play along, like seemingly play along, and find out more about what this guy wants. Anyway, yeah. So that's the story pretty much. We're gonna do the post story dialogue. I forgot. I did have commentaries about the previous instance. So first of all, I love how they build up Subject 5 and Subject 7 as like the big bads, but even as they are entering like these dangerous creatures that are going to tear us a new one, but even as they walk onto the scene, just you realize like you've fought creatures bigger and meaner than these guys, than these two raptors, a million times over, and it just kind of falls flat. And it's partly because like they don't really show you what these raptors are capable of at any point in the game, and also they are pretty much just an accessory, just an attack pattern in the final instance. They don't really do much. So yeah, kind of falls flat, unfortunately, the sentiment. Otherwise, I appreciate it. The second thing I wanted to mention, as Vlogs picks up the staff, I couldn't help but notice it looks quite a bit different in its model than when we picked it up. So there was like this big crystal on top, and I wonder if it's just because it's in its, as I speculated, that in its like spear form, the spear configuration, or is it because this is just the ArenaNet just put in the model what it looks like when it's stowed in a player's inventory instead of the full model, because it would look ridiculous on an Asura to have a staff this big and prominent or whatever in a cutscene, I mean. Or is it because as that staff fell, it lost something specific? I don't think it's the last one, but it would be a neat detail if if Vlox was like right at the end trying to perform his ritual, and then figured out, we all figured out that there's a piece of the staff missing, and he cannot do that. Actually, new build available. How cute. So it would be a nice detail, but I don't think ArenaNet really thought that far. But yeah, and I think they want to have their boss battle as well, right? With supercharged Vlogs. Eventually, maybe. We'll see. We'll see what happens in the story next. Nobody knows at this point. At least I certainly don't know. Anyway, so that was that. We're just gonna go through this dialogue. I don't think I have many more specifics to talk about here, really. This is really uncharted territory, by the way. And I mean, after a long while, this basically has no connection to any other. That's probably why I didn't go much into the lore discussions surrounding this expansion, because there's just genuinely not much to talk about. You know, like in Secrets of the Obscure, we were introduced to a lot of the ancient races that predated us, and there was a lot of Guild Wars 1 related lore. Likewise, this continued in Jantier Wilds, where we were learning there were titans, for fuck's sake, titans that were the big bad of Guild Wars 1, but now we find ourselves, and then, you know, even End of Dragons was tied to Kanta, Path of Fire to Alona, all regions that existed in the Guild Wars lore initially and originally, whereas here we're on an entirely new continent. We're dealing with the Inquest, who are a Guild Wars 2 purely faction. There's not a lot of lore to be had around the Inquest, and the Inquest have always just been the big bastards of Guild Wars 2, the unethical scientific assholes, the Bond villains, let's say, of the Guild Wars franchise, and only ever introduced in Guild Wars 2. So not a lot to chew on there. And then last but not least, we're in a Seer territory, and of course Seers are an ancient race that have been explored in Guild Wars 1. In fact, they've been part of this franchise as long as Prophecies. It was one of the first alien sort of races that was introduced to us way before there were any plans that they would be an ancient race on par with the dwarves and the Mursad and the Forgotten, all introduced in Prophecies, by the way. Not the Jotun, notably. But even though we're in the Seer territory, all of the Seer lore is new. Out of all of those races that I named, well, perhaps with the exception of the Jotun, we know the least about the Seers from Guild Wars 1 days. We don't have any kind of lore about them. They've always been an enigma. So ArenaNet has a blank slate to come up with all this lore. And while it's fascinating that they're trying to tie it together and sort of fill in the blanks, there's not much to relate it to in a way, you know? Just like it's just like in Star Wars when they mention the Clone Wars, right? It's cool that we eventually have seen Clone Wars being exploded into this like massive era of the Star Wars history. However, if you look back at, if you then want to come away from Clone Wars and see what sort of hints were there in episode 4 about it, it's just one line. It's just one line in that movie, and that's it. And that's pretty much the situation we're dealing here with. We know the Seers existed. We know they were around from Guild Wars 1 era, but there was fuck all about them beyond that, basically, except for that they fought the Mersat or whatever. So there you go. There's one piece of lore that's Zin. Zin was mentioned and his research, and Zin is a Guild Wars 1 era Asura who did some experiments on Seers, so he was able to actually either capture some Seers or at least recover some of their bodies, and he was like performing autopsies and experiments on them. So that is a thing that happened in Guild Wars 1, but beyond that, we don't have a lot to go off on there. Anyway, let's do these dialogues and wrap this up. Canuck. Commander, care to talk some sense into our dear pirate queen? Don't sign me up to meditate. Mediate.
Are you ready to admit I was right about blocks?
Not at all. Have you forgotten your first meeting with the commander? You tried to turn them into Joko for a bounty.
That was different.
It was. You didn't even believe you were saving the world by doing so.
It was a mistake, and one I've more than atoned for.
Exactly. Which is precisely why it is too early to pass definitive judgment on Director Vlox.
Ah, you're an ass.
I humbly accept your concession, my dear.
So Saida, and this is interesting, Saida was never introduced as a straightforward villain, whereas Canuck was. Canuck was. The first time we met Canuck, he was directly against us and tried to straight up murder us. Not directly. It wasn't like directed against us. It wasn't personal. But yeah, you know, Saida was just an opportunist, whereas Canuck was an enforcer of some forces that wanted us dead, basically. Now he was a terrorist. That's what it is. So, oh god. That's how. That's what's there. Let's talk to Isgarin then. No, actually, let's talk to Ritlock first. Got a bad feeling about this. Certainly got a lot more questions than answers.
No matter how noble the vision, no one should have this kind of power.
No kidding.
I'm not telling you anything you don't already know. What do you think he wants to do with it anyway?
He said he wanted to return Tyria's destiny to the hands of her people. Still not sure what that entails.
Yeah, it's just not lining up for me yet. Especially since a part of the Arcane Council was on board. Even if Flax financed this, Vlox isn't a big fan of the Council. Whatever he sold them on was a false bill of goods.
I guess we should catch Ludo up. If we can get a decent signal to the mainland.
I'll take care of that. Wanted to see if I could touch base with Kree anyway.
It would be... I think, more interesting to me if we were cut off from the rest of the world for this one. And they were like started worrying about like what the fuck happened to us and that we may have crashed, and Tyria has forever now lost their commander, their favorite commander, their savior. That would have been muy bueno to come out of this expansion into the next one, thinking, and the world thinking we genuinely fucking croaked. We're done for. But that's probably not gonna happen. The other thing is, it's really the mystery, right? Like what he wants to do with the staff, and what the ultimate end goal is, and what's his motivation. That is the thing that is kind of driving my interest. I'll be honest with you, it wasn't much when I first played this. I wasn't as invested into the story, but now on a replay, I think they have the potential to pull something special here. Whether they will, no in ArenaNet, I don't think they're very good with these overarching plots. I think they're very good at world building and some other stuff, but not necessarily about grand narratives, and hit or miss, I'd say, on character-driven stories. So that's my perspective. But I am curious, and it will drive me towards the next story patch. Not only that I've been playing this game for so long that I cannot imagine abandoning it, but that I am genuinely curious about where this is going. Isgarin, what you got? Wayfinder, what are you thinking?
I once thought that I knew the solution to each of the world's problems.
You don't?
It's impossible to know.
And that's it. Very juicy dialogue. I'm glad I've saved Isgarin's for last. I gotta mention it at least once during my streams, but this decoration on this ship looks so much like a Lego piece. It does look like a Lego piece. Straight up. Come on. Lego dragon head. Classic Lego dragon head. Let me find it and show on stream. Why is he showing me all these weird ones? I just want the classic Lego dragon head. Classic dragon head. There you go. That's what I'm talking. That's what's up. That's what fucking is up. I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you on stream right away. Hold on. I think I want the green one. The green one makes it... Oh, yeah. This one makes it so obvious. Holy crap. I can't. No, this is such a spin image. I mean, okay. I'm exaggerating. You're going to see it side by side in a second. It's not that similar, but it's pretty similar. Fuck off. It's pretty similar. Come on. Tell me you don't see the resemblance. Tell me you don't see that. Like the thin, pieces of the skull, but most importantly, the fucking eye. The eye being just an indentation in the thing. It's so much like a Lego piece. I wonder what's the name of this ship again? Saida the Sly. I'm just gonna quickly wiki it, and I want to see a trivia section where they're talking about the Dark Leviathan having been inspired by Lego. No, unfortunately not. Trivia. I want to reach out to whoever fucking designed this ship. I want to ask a deaf, dead in the eye, did you design this? with inspiration from a Lego piece, from a classic dragon head. Anyway, that's it. That seems to be it. So not much else to add. We've done what we could. We've taught you how to play Ritualist competently, how to think about builds, perhaps, maybe as well, and what we're doing here in the shadows. Whatever am I talking about? Anyway, it's been a long stream. 4 hours and 20 minutes, which is, you know, on a work day, before a work day, it's pretty fucking crazy. I should have started earlier, or whatever. We're done. Thanks for watching, if you did. And yeah, don't forget, the next story chapter starts in 13 days. Next Tuesday. Sorry, the Tuesday after next. I will not see you then with a story stream. Instead, I would like to do Doom stream. At least one, but possibly more, possibly up to 3, because a Doom stream was due before I even did the first story stream. So technically, if we were to stick to the schedule, I should catch up for that one. Then I should catch up for the one that was supposed to come between these story steps, and then I should continue on with a regular Doom stream, right? And then come back to Guild Wars 2. Those are my self-imposed rules. So we'll see whether I'm going to stick to it, whether I'm not going to be sick of the Doom stuff. I would like to do a story unrelated Guild Wars 2 stream at some point in the future. But you know what? I'll take the out because we've done the legendary journey, and I haven't really made plans on some structured content for our streams for next time. So it might be a good time to take a break from Guild Wars 2 and focus on some other stuff. Let me restart the game, download the new build, and I'll see you next time. Bye bye. Oh, so much talking. Oh yeah, before I go, I'm just gonna very quickly link some. It's the wrong command. Into my Twitch chat. Some links. I mentioned VODs. This stream will forever be available as a VOD on my YouTube channel, and there's a link in the chat. There's also a link to my Patreon if you wanted to financially support me. That would be swell. Anyway, that's all I had to say now. I'm shutting off my webcam, and bye-bye.